Alright. It started. Do a few old chores before the patch. This way we can just log in on the main tomorrow and just have a grind all fucking time. Okay, let's do. All these are one bosses. Ooh. Let's get the train going and then we will discuss today's live. What an insane, absolutely fucking insane live we just had. Holy shit. I cannot believe. I cannot believe they're actually doing what I wanted them to do. Unfucking believable. Like this patch is might as well just fucking save PvP. This could be the one. This might just be the one. One boss, I guess. That seems to be the case. Ah, whatever. Just want to get these out of the way for now. Okay, good win stream. Excellent. One day this shit won't be desynced on my ult. We'll start over after global release. I mean, yeah, we will. Although, we don't know exactly what's going to be the state of the game when the global release is, right? In terms of the path progression, so on and so forth, so. We'll have to see. I mean, either way, global is not going to be for a long time. Like at this point, I think I'm probably gonna be like correct in my assumption that the game is not gonna come out until like late August / September for global, which honestly, I just prefer that. Honestly, genuinely, just fucking get the game to a good ass state. Make sure you do things right. Hello, Anchovy. How you doing on this fantastic Tuesday? Brother, the mood is excellent right now. I'm not gonna lie. What a great day to be an Iron 2 player, you know? What a great fucking day. Like genuinely, if anyone is disgruntled at the live we had today, brother, you're insane. I'm happy to be here when the stream starts. Yes, I wanted to do a late start stream. I actually intended on starting like around 2 hours. But dude, I just couldn't stop myself. I have to talk about today's live. I have to talk about it. I cannot be stopped. I think people don't tell in Korean, so of course they will. Dude, listen, like at the end of the day, the average Joe is literally just gonna sell his account for like like whatever amount, and it's gonna start over on you, right? Like at the end of the day, just the scheduling, the ping, like everything is gonna be worth it to restart. And also the fact that the majority of people are not able to play with their friends right now. Like this is just a test run for most people. I didn't see anything, so it got me hyped. Oh, brother. You're in. Okay, so first of all, for the people who missed it, which, I mean, the stream is still early, so there's probably only 3 of you here, but once the server goes down in, it's like 4 hours, right? So in 4 hours, when the server goes down and the nodes go up, the stream will continue, and we're gonna do a new segment where we will go over the patch notes, today's live, as well as the data mining, and discuss all of it. So look forward to that. Like, we will go over everything in as much detail as possible. But yeah, today's live, dude, like everything they said alone, the game is, we're so fucking back. We never left, but we're so back anyways. Are we starting for any server 100% or not, like a full wipe? I mean, it's just gonna be like new servers, right? But we don't know what patch we're gonna start on. We don't know how the season stuff is gonna work. We don't even know what state the game is gonna be by the time it releases, because it's probably like 5 to 6 months away, so... Actually, call it home here. I mean, look, man. If this is the server for you, like this is that's great. But yeah, for most like quote unquote foreigners, obviously this is mostly like waiting room, right? Even if we invest a lot. Global is pretty much announced. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing we already knew, which is Q3 2026, right? The only new thing that we know is that NCSoft recruited some of the people who got fired from Amazon to handle the global release. Like we know that one of the guys that handled the global release for Throne and Liberty that got fired during the Amazon layoffs got recruited to handle Iron 2 in the West. So, which is mostly good news. Yeah. Playing in Korea right now. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can also just like play both, you know? Like I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. If anything, I think it's interesting to have insight on both, right? But yeah, if you missed it, the live today and you haven't been able to go over like all of the updates and stuff, dude, first of all, today might be the last day where I utter the words "I'm paralyzed." It might be the last day. And this could not be better news. Now, some of you are going to be sad about it, and I get it. I understand. I understand that this may come to a shock, but we don't know for sure how it's gonna work, how the change is gonna work. But this might be the one. This might be the one, because they're gonna make it so Theostones are gonna get impacted by status effect resist. Now we have to see exactly how the formula is going to work, but one way or another, this means that Theostones are going to get nerfed massively. This is a big one. Like this is a massive change. Again, they might not be completely gone, but I mean, that's going to be big. And then on the flip side, they're gonna allow us to Defiance, Fear, and Freeze. So no more cheesing by SM and Sork. It's over. It's over. No more pressing a button and then you're not allowed to play the game anymore until you die. Soul Camp in shambles. I mean, the thing is, Sork doesn't need Freeze. Sork is really good even without... Why is this fucking guy 3.4k in here? Sork doesn't need a freeze. I've been saying this. Sork has the tools to function without the freeze, and now maybe people are basically gonna be able to play the game properly. SM is shit. They made it whole shit now. I mean, the fear was really unreliable to begin with. I don't think SM is shit. I just think the next logical step for SM is gonna be to change how the base skills work with the summons and putting actual skills in their place. That being said, they did say that to compensate for that, the fear is gonna be 100% now. So basically, you're gonna be able to juggle between your fear and the knockdown from Fire Spirit, I guess. We'll have to see how this actually works, but regardless, this is a net positive for the game. Because debuffs like this are never a good thing for the game. Now that this is finally out the gate, we can finally start on good foundations again. And maybe they can... And this is great for SM, by the way. This is great for SM. Because now they can finally balance SM without accounting for fear. Now they can finally be like, okay, SM doesn't have that dumb shit anymore. Now we can give them proper tools. So this is good news. This might not be immediate good news, but this is good news for the long term. So just hang tight for now. Either way, this is a net positive for the game. Theostones, nerf to the ground, freeze and fear, defianceable, and also, because we're not done here, they are changing the way survival world power will function. And same thing with the equivalent, whom I forgot the name of. They're gonna make it so they add as a diminishing return for CCs. Which means that you can't get in a CC lock situation anymore. So basically the way it's gonna work, we have to see exactly what the percentages are gonna be in game. But when you get CC'd, survival willpower is gonna proc a 5-second buff, and during that buff you're gonna get a decaying CC resist, which means that at the very beginning of the buff you're just completely immune to getting CC'd again, and as the CC expires, your chance that you can get CC'd gets higher and higher. So things are about to change a lot with the game. We have to see exactly how everything is gonna pan out. I think there's still gonna be tweaks in that regards. Namely, some classes that are like heavily reliant on CC are gonna be in for a rude awakening. But we can finally build on a good foundation of no bullshit. We can finally balance classes out around not having bullshit like paralysis and freeze and fear and CCs on defiance buff, which by the way, the defiance buff is also getting changed. It's not just gonna be impact type CCs anymore, it's gonna be all CCs, which means that defiance is going to work against stuff like paralysis, freeze, fear, everything. Defiance is gonna protect you against every debilitating CCs. So when you use it, you're basically gonna be immune to all of that in combination with your status effect resist, which is really good. It's really good. And this is just on the PvP side. Dude, they announced so much good shit. Yeah, Spine, I'm about to get to that. Holy shit. So first of all, they are finally fixing orange gear. Yes, they are fixing it. The enchanting price for orange gear is being cut down to 33%. It's gonna be 1/3 of what it is right now. It's not, I think it's about 33%. Maybe it's slightly higher, like 35, but it's around that, right? So that's the first thing. And amplification is going to get changed on orange gear to be the exact same as gold gear. So amplifying orange gear is actually going to be doable now. So orange gear is actually on the table for everyone, even regular players now, which is great. The next thing is inheritance, gear inheritance. They're removing the Kina fee. It's free now. You can just inherit your gear for free. And they're going to refund, and they said they're going to refund everyone that spent money on orange gear and on inheritance. They're gonna refund it. Like, what the fuck? I was not expecting this. And then on the flip side, for crafting, they're going to make Balic mats a lot more likely to drop. They're gonna make Balic mats a lot more likely to drop, and the new dungeon, so Dramata and the one that's about to come out tomorrow, they're gonna make it so they drop every type of Balic mat. So no more bullshit with the the low-level basic mats being fucking 3 mil anymore. That's it. It's over. So crafting is actually going to be a lot more doable. If you get Ongonia, it's now just always worth to wear and invest in it. So I wouldn't say it's always worth it. It's gonna depend, right? Because at the end of the day, it's still dungeon gear. That being said, and that's where the next part comes in, they said they are working on a system that is going to be basic, where you're basically gonna be able to bring dungeon gear to the same level of crafted gear. Now they said it's still like in talks. So everything they're saying is to be taken with a grain of salt, but basically, if you have a piece of dungeon gear, when you get another piece of that same dungeon gear, you're going to be able to feed the new one into the one that you already have, and it's going to increase its PvE percentage. Like they cited PvE damage tolerance as an example. So you're going to be able to like upgrade dungeon gear towards being at least closer to being like crafted gear, which makes the progression like so much fucking better, right? Because you can basically just keep farming PD for like, let's say a chest piece, so this way you don't have to craft a chest piece, and just get your damage tolerance on the chest piece from the dungeon gear. Like this is this is exactly what we need dungeon gear to be. Like, I don't know, man. Like they announced so much good fucking shit. They just kind of dropped. They just kept dropping those informations like all after the other. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Ether and Chovy, great point. They said that they're changing the Odal nodes at the end of the T4 dungeons to have a 500% higher chance to give you gold Odal. So I guess I'm actually gonna gather them now. Like, okay, sure, I'll do it. What happened at NCHQ? I don't know. I think, dude, I think they're just preparing for global launch. So we're about to see a lot more of this shit coming. And I'm not done yet, by the way. Dude, I mean, I'm gonna have to talk about this again. I'm gonna have to talk. Dude, I'm basically only be talking about this fucking topic today, by the way. So be ready for me to repeat 500 times that Theostones are eating the dirt that they fucking deserve, alright? I'm only gonna be talking about this today. In time already, yeah, I know. I mean, either way, this is a huge dub for everyone. Also, if you're anything like me, you have 50 fucking millions of those wing feather downs on you, right? You're finally gonna be able to craft them. So big dub on that. But yeah, I'm not done. They're also changing Siege. They're finally changing Siege to be at fixed timings. Fucking finally, brother. Holy shit. So if I'm not mistaken, it's like Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday for Siege at 9 PM server time, which is a great time, by the way. It's about on par with how it was on 9.1, right? But it's finally gonna be fixed timing, and they're gonna make the sieges happen simultaneously between middle and lower layer at the same time, and the siege is gonna have a limited amount of participants to reduce lag and inequity. That's what they said. So we'll have to see exactly how it pans out. I don't know exactly how they're going to handle that, but yeah. Necessary set, I mean, we don't know. We don't know if the capture thing is still gonna be here. They just say it's gonna be fixed timer, right? So for all we know, maybe it's just gonna straight up spawn the artifact at those times with no more preparation phases anymore, right? Like, we'll have to see exactly. I'm just happy that it's finally fixed timing, because the way things have been, I basically haven't been able to do a siege for the past like 2 weeks. Because it keeps happening in the middle of the night for me, which fucking sucks ass. But we'll have to see exactly how it is. We'll also have to see if they're going to adjust the siege rewards to make up for the fact that you're not going to be able to do both at the same, like both one after the other anymore, right? We'll have to see. I'm just happy that it's finally going to be fixed timings. I mean, AP is kind of whatever anyway, because you're usually just like, you're usually capping really fast. Also, by the way, they are buffing. Okay, they're making changes to like AP acquisition. Fixing all people, yeah. They're changing. Okay, so now we're gonna be getting 30% more AP across the board, and we're not gonna lose AP on death anymore. Now we're gonna be losing ranking points when we die. So yeah, AP acquisition is gonna be much easier for everyone. If anyone is struggling with this, this is gonna be like, this is gonna make it a lot easier for you. I didn't play how that's not siege works. They like not killing phase. So basically, the way the siege currently works is that every 48 hours, the siege enters, like the artifacts enter like a preparation phase where. When people kill monsters in the abyss, like in the area where the siege is happening, it like raises a bar percentage, and once the bar percentage hits 100%, it starts a 10-minute timer at the end of which the siege starts, right? And now it's getting changed to not be every 48 hours anymore. It's going to be fixed timing 3 times a week. And we don't know if the preparation phase is going to be here anymore. We don't know. AP cap on other players resets hourly instead of daily now. Yes, which means that doing siege doesn't penalize you from getting ranking points anymore, which is good, because that was I know that's something that the rank grinders were kind of upset about. That if you were doing like any ZVZ, whether it's for siege or otherwise, you were just kind of cucking yourself out of ranking points, because you would just get like 1 ranking point out of everyone, and then you would not be able to kill those guys for like the rest of the day. So that's getting changed. Wow, I've totally not been talking what muted anymore. So for the artifact health, they have been buffing the HP of the artifact like over time, over and over, and it's actually at the point where it doesn't die instantly anymore, but it dies pretty fast still. With that said, because they are changing the sieges to apparently limit the amount of people that can actually participate, because of that, I'm guessing the siege inherently is going to last longer. So we don't have all of the answers yet. There's a lot of like information that we are missing, but either way, sieges are changing in like a pretty major way right now. So we're going to see exactly how it is. And we're going to get a siege like the day after the patch. So I guess like stay tuned for more news. Daily dungeon nerfs. Yeah, we're going to get on that. They say the cap on the additional slot from Philosopher's Stone, is it just +1 per item? I'm pretty sure they said it was only 1 per item, yeah. Although the one thing that we don't know yet is if the soulbind is straight up just 1 extra soulbind, or if it's like a special slot with like different stats or something. Like they haven't really gone into too much detail with that. But we're gonna, like, tonight when the server goes down, when we do the data mining stuff, we should be able to get all of that information. And worst case scenario, as soon as the server goes up, we'll see, right? But yeah, so as predicted, the new dungeon is gonna come out alongside its hard mode. So I'll be doing the hard mode as soon as it comes out to like get the guide out this week, which is nice, you know. I get to knock two birds with one stone, which you love to see. Yeah, this guy's probably gonna get it. Yeah. And the dungeon difficulty is gonna be about the same as Dramata. So yeah. If you're able to clear Dramata right now, you will be able to do the new dungeon, which is great. Nerf on Dramata lowering the difficulty. Well, we'll have to see exactly what that means, but yeah, I guess. Also, are they lowering hard mode or are they lowering the normal mode, or both? I'm not sure yet. I'm guessing they might just lower hard mode a little bit. Simply because like hard mode is still like pretty high DPS demand in relation to like its current eye level, so we'll have to see. Normal mode? They specify normal mode? Okay. I don't think normal mode needs more nerfing, but whatever. I guess they just want to like make it accessible to everyone. Accuracy nerfs? Oh, okay. That's kind of whatever then. 108 weapon. Since it's the same difficulty as Dramata, I think we can expect 92 weapons, which is still pretty good. And yeah, they are changing a few things in relation to the, you know, the Shugo shop from the first sub. Basically, they're changed. Right now, you can buy 7 Odil energy and 7 daily dungeon tickets per character. And they are changing it to be 5 per character. And then there's an extra, like, 8 that you can buy per server. Which means that up to 4 characters, it doesn't change anything. Outside of the fact that you're going to be able to run those extra ones on your main instead of your ults. So it's not really enough to ult. It's only enough to ult if you're running more than 4 characters, right? And then it's a buff to people that don't run ults, basically. Which I think is fair. Like I think that's a fair change. I think discouraging people to make too many ults is fine, because like we don't want this game to turn into like a Lost Ark situation, you know. Obviously, you still have a bit of an advantage if you run like more characters, because there's still like the five extra tickets, but it's a bit less than before. I know with 4 free characters you could do 28 runs. Now it's only 8. What the fuck is this? It's not 8. You still get 5 tickets. There's still 5 tickets per character, but the extra 2 per characters are getting turned into a server-wide one. So if you run 4 characters, it's the same amount. Yeah, 8 per server. So it's going to be 20 tickets. If you have 4 characters, it's going to be 20 personal plus 8 per server versus of 28 personal. So it's the same amount if you have 8, if you have 4 characters. It's only enough if you have more than 4, basically. Damn, this game has might, but this one has perfect. If that doesn't affect, yeah. I think that's what they said. At least that's the note I took right there. I mean, we're about to find out with the patch notes, right? But I'm pretty sure that's what they said. Which, again, to me, completely fair change. I don't really have a problem with that. That's fine. I think you should still be able to run more characters if you want. If you want to make Kina and stuff like that, and to like have an edge. But I don't think it should be like as impactful as impactful if you have like 8, right? And yeah, because of that change, it means that you're gonna be able to do more dungeons on your main, which is, it's a net positive. I'm just gonna take that out. Sorry, I don't have a problem with that. And also, like, a bit of a footnote, they are changing corridors so that every room is gonna be viable now. Fucking finally. Holy shit. So every, like, all of the corner rooms are gonna be the same as the back rooms now. So every room is gonna be viable, finally. That was such a weird, like, layout to begin with. Also 4 per instance. Oh, did they say that? Did I miss that? So it's gonna be instance and it's gonna be 4 people per instance max. I mean, if that's the case, that's great. Excellent change if so. Yeah, 100%. You love to see that. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I mean, it means that basically every time you walk into the corridor, you're guaranteed to have a good spot. Then that's good. I mean, it just didn't really make much sense the way it was, to be honest. So I'm happy to see them adjust that. Now, obviously, I would like to see them just in general rework the way corridor is, right? To be more of an actual instance. But hey. And then put in work last few months. Yeah, dude, I mean, I'm just flabbergasted. It's like week after week after week after week. They keep updating this game, and every time in there, there's something where I'm like, wow, that's actually something I wanted to see in the game. They just keep doing it. And like this patch that we're about to get is the ultimate iteration of that. It's like, wow. Holy. I like everything about this. Like, thank fucking God, dude. Also, wasn't this a 3? I guess not, okay. And also the fact that they are going the extra mile. Now, they are saying they will. I'm guessing it's gonna take them time, because how the fuck do you even begin to refund people, right? But the fact that they are saying that they are reducing enhancement costs and all of that stuff, and they're saying they're going to refund the Kina to people. What the fuck? You don't have to do that. I don't think you have to do that. It's partially only not in full. Still, that's fucking insane, dude. Okay, picture this. Picture a guy that fully plus 25 a set of orange gear. This guy's gonna log back into the game, and this guy's gonna have fucking, yeah, 2 billion. Even if it's only partial. That shit was so expensive. Which, by the way, I'm a little bit concerned that because they're gonna hand out refunds with that, it's gonna cause a bit of an inflation whenever it happens, because like a lot of people are suddenly gonna have a bunch of fucking Kina. So we will have to see, but yeah, well, you know. I'm pretty happy that inheritance is going to be free, though. I was not expecting that. I'm gonna be honest. To me, the 10 million Kina cost on the inheritance system was completely fair. Like, genuinely, I think it was fair, because you're basically skipping re-enchanting, you're skipping soul binding. Like, that's, you know. So making it actually free, and also the fragments to craft the stone, you're gonna be able to get them directly as dungeon drops. Like, inheritance is basically given to you. Like, dude, even in Throne and Liberty, the transfer system was not that generous. And I thought Throne's version of it was like really fucking generous. I'm really surprised. I don't know, man. They're just doing stuff that I didn't think they would do. And this is a really good sign. Like, because they are taking Kinesyncs out of the game. You know what I mean? You can only do it to 6 items. It's per season though. Like, the thing is, let's be reasonable. Within one season, you're not getting more than 6 upgrades. Like, the only way you're doing the inheritance instant more than 6 times is if you're just transferring worthless shit for the sake of transferring it. You know what I mean? But if you're actually like transferring the stuff that makes sense, you're not gonna get more than 6 upgrades per season. You're not. So I think the way it is fine, honestly. Especially with how generous it is now. Like, wow. Like, dude, you're skipping the entire enhancement and soul binding process for free. Like, this is not the NCSoft I know, you know? Like, I don't know what's going on at NCSoft. Like, they did report that the game is exceeding performance, right? And like, they're making a lot more money than they thought. So maybe they're taking like they're taking measures to like fidelize the audience even more. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on, but all of this is stuff I'm very surprised to be seeing. Like, I never expected them to take Kinesyncs out of the game. With the way, dude, with the way everything has been going in this game since release, they've only been adding Kinesyncs, you know? Every time they add a new system, they're like, okay, this is gonna cost a fuck ton of Kina. They're taking Kinesyncs out. They're making enhancement of orange gear less expensive. They're making inheritance free. Like, this is great. This is great news. And also the fact that they're gonna make crafted gear a lot easier to craft means that there's going to be less of a reason to swipe for crafted gear, because crafted gear is going to be cheaper and more accessible. Like, it's so good. Like, it's so good, man. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys tell me. Maybe I'm overreacting, right? But I feel like all of these are just net positives. Can I try to turn on my weapon? I think it has to be the exact same type of weapon. It's only same type to same type. So it's same grade and then same like exact same type, like dagger to dagger and shoulder to shoulder and all of that, right? Now I've only done it once, right? But I'm pretty sure that's how it works, yeah. Are you sure? I mean, you can try. I mean, either way, when you put in the item into the inheritance slot, like, it should only show the item that are like valid, right? In the enhancement mat like slot, right? So that should be pretty easy to check. I'll have a heroic weapon. Well. Yeah, but I mean, you can test it with something else, right? Like, if you test from gold to gold, you should immediately see, right? Less Kina needed equal less minus dungeon grinding. Yeah, it's all good. It's all positive. I mean, we can check, right? I think I've what the fuck? What is the YouTube announcement? Actually, no, I can't check on this character because my sword is blue. Run out the energy on lots of volts. The average global player is not going to have time. I will fall behind and quit. They need casual play for the game to succeed in global. Yeah, I mean, 100%. If the more they ease up the old stuff and the more they ease up the Kinesync stuff, the better it is for the game. It has to be soulbound? Yes, it has to be soulbound. I mean, you can like quickly buy 2 gold weapons like on the market board, right? They're like 300k or whatever. Like you buy 2 gold weapons, you just activate soulbind, and then you try to put it in the inheritance slot, and then you see, right? It's not like it's gonna be lost. You can just reuse it as like soulbind mat afterwards. But I would assume it should only be from same type to same type, I would assume. Because the goal of the system is to be like an upgrading system, right? How many boss is that? 3 boss. Change, man. I cannot get over that CC change. Now you're saying you got the Ludra Greatsword, right? Do you mean the orange one? Or do you mean like the abyssal one? It's okay, you said orange, so it has to be the extendable one, right? Because if so, then it's not completely useless. You're gonna need... I mean, if you want to, right? But you're gonna need one type of weapon to convert into like your personal weapon type for the pity, eventually. If you care about that. Hello, Samusa. How you doing? I'm doing great. I mean, after a fucking dev live like this, like, how could you not be doing great, you know? Like... Now, I'm gonna be honest, those CC changes, some classes are gonna be sad about this. Namely, I think Sorks, especially the one-trick Sorks, are gonna be pretty fucking sad about that. But what a good fucking change for the game. I actually cannot wait. I just can't. What do I do to go Jose? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? Why are you doing dungeons before maintenance? I'm buffing loot in cube. The loot buff is only for T4 dungeons, isn't it? As far as I understand, all of the Balik boost and so on and so forth is only going to be for the T4 dungeons. I mean, either way, I'm just like burning a bit of my ult energy because I want to focus on my main next week with like the amount of shit that's gonna change. I don't really want to do ult stuff next week. But yeah, as far as I know, it's only for T4, right? And none of my ults can run T4 right now. So. And look, even if it actually impacts like the other dungeons retroactively, at the end of the day, it's only like 2 or 3 dungeons per character, so no, it's not the end of the world. Like I'm keeping all of my energy on my main right now. I like all recharges and stuff like that for the new dungeon. 100%. Which, by the way, like the thing is, depending on like how drastic the increase in Balik mat percentage is gonna be on the new dungeons, I might just go for the demonic dragon mace instead of Ebony. I don't know, man. We'll have to see. They post patch note for tomorrow? Not yet. Not yet. That's gonna be in 3 hours. And once they do, we will all go over them together. Like, when the maintenance begins, I'm gonna go over the patch notes and over the dev live, as well as the data mine stuff, and we're gonna go over this all together. So. That's why I have to. Well, I guess you're gonna have to live with without this knowledge. I literally bought Ebony last week. I mean, okay, look, we don't know how big of an impact it's gonna be. Now, I hope it's gonna be a massive impact. Now, keep in mind, I literally just made a full fucking set of accessories and a guard, so I'm concerned as well, but I don't care. I don't give a shit. If they actually make crafted easily accessible, fuck, that's just a net W for the game. That's such a big problem right now. As I said, my family members, why changing? That Sox will hate. Brother. I'm gonna go over those changes again, alright? Just so you get the full picture. First of all, Theostones are getting changed to be impacted by status effect chance. So there's a chance that all of the naughty Theostones, all of the paralysis, seal, and so on and so forth, are gonna be nowhere near as impactful in PvP anymore. Huge dub. And then on the flip side, CCs like Freeze and Fear, you're gonna be able to Defiance now. So they're not insta-wins anymore, because you can Defiance. And also, Defiance will also increase your resist against those CC types on top of Impact, because right now it's only like stuns. So after the patch, when you Defiance, it's gonna protect you against everything. And also, they're changing Survival Willpower and the other one, I think it's Revitalization Contract or whatever it's called. They're changing these to, number one, they're changing the 2-minute cooldown to 1 minute on the extra effect. And number two, they're adding a secondary effect to have diminishing returns on CC. And basically the way it's gonna work is that when you get CC'd, it's gonna proc a buff on you that lasts for 5 seconds. That's gonna make you immune to CC when it starts, and then as the buff goes on, it's gonna slowly decay. Like at the beginning of the buff, you're gonna be CC immune, and then like on second 2, it's only gonna be 80%. Like I don't know numbers, we don't know yet, right? So basically, no more CC locks. Like if you want to CC lock someone, you're gonna need to be very careful with your CC timings. And it also means that if you're getting attacked by multiple people, they can't just like spam CCs on you and like completely fuck you in the ass. Like if you get stunned by someone, you're not gonna be able to get also like sealed or something, right? Which is great. Like all of these are like great fucking changes. Amazing. So just to recap, last change, if you ask me, fantastic changes. Like holy shit. So basically, Theostones are not going to be nearly as oppressive in PvP anymore. We're going to have to see exactly how the formula works, but they're not going to be as oppressive anymore. Freeze and Fear are not going to be insta-lose anymore because you can just Defiance out of them. Defiance is actually going to protect you against everything. And CC locks, especially in situations where you have multiple people on you, are not going to be nearly as oppressive anymore. Great changes. Now, that being said, classes that rely on CC, that's gonna be... We'll have to see how much that impact those classes. But at the bare minimum, let's say that this patch actually kills the CC classes, right? Like, even if we want to be like incredibly drastic about it, like holy shit, SM doesn't function anymore because it can't fear people anymore, right? Let's say that's the case. Guys, you have to see into the future. You have to project yourself into the future of this game and the health of PvP in it. This is the baseline we needed. Even if your class is shit after the patch, this finally means that the dev can finally buff your class around the fact that you don't have this bullshit anymore, which is really important. Because if Soul doesn't have freeze anymore, if SM doesn't have fear anymore, it means that they can finally build other mechanics of the class better, which is really good. So this is the first step that we really needed them to take. This is huge for the future of PvP in this game. We might have a good PvP game on our hands because they finally made this change. Is there no more Empires? Yes. I was saying at the beginning of the stream, right? Like, today might be the last day where you're gonna hear me say I'm paralyzed. You know? Again, we're gonna see how impactful CC resist is gonna be on Theostones. But I have a feeling this might be the death of Theostones in PvP. I don't know. I have a hunch that we're not gonna like be worried about them nearly as much as we are right now, because they've already done 4 passes of nerfs on Theostones, and they just cannot get them to like not be frustrating in PvP, right? So I think this might be the patch that finally axes Theostones in PvP. Maybe I'm coping a bit, but I would like to begin. I would like to believe that is the case. Which makes sense, but this can be rolling and ranking. Background should only be compensated. Yeah, but again, at the end of the day, is it going to suck at first for the people and classes that were like one trick with those kind of things? Yes, it will. 100% it will. There's going to be a big adjustment time around it, and maybe you're actually not going to be able to adjust around it, which I still think I don't think Soak and SM are going to be the ones that are going to suffer the most from this patch, by the way. I don't think they're going to be the ones. I think Gladiator is going to suffer the most from this patch, in my personal opinion. We'll have to see, but yeah. Either way, this is just the beginning that we needed. This is the clean slate that PvP needed to finally build towards being healthier. And they also announced that they're not going to do class changes every week anymore, that they're going to sit more on like the state of the meta more to make more meaningful changes at a time. Which is, again, if you've been following the stream, is exactly what I've been asking for them to do. To just let things cook and just stop buffing DPS of classes every week to try and compensate for stuff. Brother, what the fuck? No timeline on when the balance will happen, considering dev announcement balance every 2-3 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, in general, all of this might not seem like the best of announcements for every class, but it is, you know? It's just a net positive in general. You just have to let them cook on this one. Like, just trust me. Maybe it's gonna be a bit of a rough time for you, a little bit, but let them cook. This is exactly what we needed. Also, you know what? Let me go on my main and put all of the crafting mat on my personal stash. Now, I'm gonna say that this is gonna be a massive buff for Cleric. So obviously, I can't really bitch about this. Because if you nerf Theostones and you nerf CC, then Cleric is gonna be fucking unkillable. So yeah, I'm gonna have a bit of a good time. And I understand that if you call me biased, but I still think this is gonna be a net positive for everyone over time. Important question, did they say there will be a dev stream next week? Okay. I'm not sure about that, but as far as I understand, apparently these guys, like the guys that are hosting the streams, they are going abroad to prepare. They are going abroad to prepare for the release of the game in global. So they're not going to be here, which means there's not going to be any stream until next month. I think that's what they said. Okay, so emergency stream. Like, allegedly, right? Take that with a grain of salt. But as far as I'm aware, that's what's going on right now. Global is soon. I don't think it's soon. They're just like in the preparation phase right now. If you ask me, we don't have a date yet. So again, take this with a grain of salt. If you ask me, I don't think global is going to be coming until at the bare minimum, late August, early September. Like that would be the earliest, I think, for global release. Like at the bare minimum, I would not expect anything less than that. So yeah, if you're worried about, oh man, should I play on Taiwan or Korea? I don't know, man. Maybe global is right on the corner. No. We're gonna be waiting another 6 months, brother. We're gonna be here a while. You can call it with TNL's card to global launch. The thing with TNL is, yeah, you can look at it, but TNL was also a bit of a weird product, right? Because the game released in a rush state, and it flopped in Korea, so they kind of had to rely on the global release, and you know. So I think Iron 2 might be slightly different, but yeah, it's probably gonna be alongside that release timing, yeah. On a roll, the game is going to be perfect on global launch, dude. I mean, the game is like, it's taking such a good turn, dude. Ah, man, all of these patches are so good. It's so good. I hope they keep going, man. I hope they keep going in this direction, because they have me by the fucking ball sack right now. Like Namjoon has his fucking hands deep into my fucking pants right now. I'm gonna be honest. If they keep going with those patches, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, you heard me. Damn right. Give me 2 blues at least. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. We go again. I think I have 1 more, right? Yeah, I do. But yeah, like really happy about the CC changes, really happy about the crafting changes, really happy about the potential changes to dungeon gear. Like, yeah. There's dubs everywhere the eye can see, man. Now the Philosopher's Stone system, the only Philosopher's Stone we have in the game right now is the orange one. But they did showcase a gold Philosopher's Stone in the dev dev screenshot, so I'm guessing that the new dungeon is probably gonna have gold ones, right? Let's say thank you. I've been playing a Cleric ever since I saw you playing and learned about the class capabilities. Of course, of course. Cleric is a great class, man. And I'm glad if the content I make is of use of you. To be honest, it's okay until August I finish with them. Yeah. At the end of the day, I just want them to like take their time with this game, because they've only exclusively been making the game better since the game launched. And if they keep going into this direction, by the time the game comes out in global, it's gonna be a really fucking strong contender. Now, is it going to be as big as the WoWs, the 14s and so on? No, it will not. And you should not expect it to be, because at the end of the day, to be this big, it doesn't just take a good game, it takes a lot of luck, right? And both because of like Korean games reputation, and because the monetization is never gonna be exactly how people are gonna want it to be. It's never gonna be, right? Like, don't delude yourself. The monetization is probably gonna change by the time it gets to the West, but it's never gonna be a like $10 a month, sub-only game, no battle pass, no pay to win, yippee! That's not gonna happen. Not in this fucking day and age, right? So, because of all of that, it's never gonna be as big, but we're gonna have a good fucking game on our hands if they keep going into this direction. So I really hope they keep holding strong. And me personally, like, I don't mind. I don't mind having a battle pass. I don't mind having the Kunakina exchange. The only thing I really want to see change is maybe only have one subscription, or at least make them purchasable with Kuna, or like add a WoW token. And as for the rest, it's whatever. I'm just used to it. I'm not really expecting anything different, and neither should you, right? As long as you're able to play the game, enjoy the game with only the sub, and remain competitive, I think you should be happy enough, and you should just enjoy your time and not worry too much about what other people are doing. Genuinely, right? So, like, that's fine. And also, systematical changes within the game are just a lot more important than any changes they could make to the monetization. Because at the end of the day, if they remove key sinks from the game, and they make crafting gear more available to like the more general gamer within the game, this is the biggest change to the monetization they can do. And it seems like they're headed this direction, so fingers crossed. But yeah, in regards to the Philosopher's Stone system, I've been really thinking about it, right? And when it comes to my PvP gear, like what exactly I want to add. Assuming that this is gonna be a straight up extra soulbind line, I think I'm gonna invest into smite resist, into the pieces that don't have them yet. And I might just invest into survival willpower into the other ones. Because survival willpower is like looking real nice after this patch. I think expensive, but not that much. I mean, right now the problem is that orange gear is inaccessible to the general player, and like the higher end crafted gear is inaccessible to the general player, right? So if they make orange gear more accessible to enchant, and they also make crafted gear more accessible to make with like when it comes to the materials and stuff, I mean, that fixes a lot of things. It really does. Now, granted, I still think the crafting system in itself needs a few changes. Like, in the whole thing about scaling crafts and stuff like that, I think that needs to be gone. Unless they actually, like, drown us in mats, which I don't think they will, right? I don't think the drop rate is going to change that drastically. I just think it's going to be a lot more reasonable for the average player to make, right? But I do think the failure stuff needs to go. And I think that consumable craft needs like an overhaul. We need bulk crafting, and we need the procs on scrolls to be gone, and so on and so forth, right? But like one thing at a time, you know, one thing at a time, baby steps. That's what I've been doing since the beginning. So yeah, we'll see. On the topic of Cleric, by the way, did you guys enjoy the 45 minutes long PvP compilation? Brother. This new build of mine is making fights too long, you know what I mean? Maybe I need to be more selective with the clips and stuff, I don't know. But yeah, like, once the maintenance begins, we'll have a look at the patch notes, because I'm pretty sure, like, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I'm pretty sure that most of the things presented today are going to be for today's patch, right? If not everything. I think the only thing that was pretty much said to not come with this one is going to be the change to the dungeon gear in itself. But everything else should be coming today, right? So we'll have a look at the patch. We'll also look at the notes I took of the live alongside that, and yeah, it'll be a fun time. And tomorrow, massive day. I'm not gonna be able to stop me. Like, sorry for the NA people. Like, tomorrow's gonna be an early stream. Like, you already know I'm going in frame 1 with this fucking patch. There's no way. There's no way I'm not. Alright, I think that was the last one, right? Yeah, okay. Dissolve that. And one more old. I think my Chenta, right? It's my Chenta I haven't ran. I mean, I've been getting lucky. Like, I got a lot of golds, I got multiple artisan stuff, I got like Balic mats, I got a fucking Eternal. Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, and by the way, guys, don't forget, there's another coupon code that came out with this stream, right? See, what is the code again? It's a Lucky Ion something, right? Let's see. Yeah, it's Lucky Ion 2 TW, all caps. Like this. Yes, thank you. To redeem it, you just go into your settings, you go into miscellaneous, and here you have a coupon thing. You put it in there, gives you a bunch of shit. And allegedly after the, I mean, I'm assuming this is not just Korea, right? But allegedly after the maintenance, we're gonna get 10 pet chests, 10 Odil energy, 1 appears change ticket, 800 rainbow crystals, 300 soul codex, 5 resurrection stones, 5 content, transcendence, and conquest tickets, and 6 reset codex after the maintenance. So yeah, like I don't know what's up with NC, man, but they seem very happy. NC Tower made an announcement as well. Nice. Okay, cool. Like NC seems over the moon to be like giving us a bunch of like all of those changes and all of that shit, free shit. Let's hope it keeps up like this. Get on the first boss. I might just open TP for them. Oh, this guy's 3k, yeah. Now the thing with the Theostone CC resist, right, is I'm wondering because okay, if you look at it in the most like raw way, right? The way it could work is, let's say the Theostone is baseline like 3% proc, and then you add it onto your CC chant, which is like 40% for me. So for a class like, maybe for Gladiators and Templars, it's maybe gonna be at most like 70% or something if you fully invest into it. So let's say you get up to 70% chance, then it gets matched against your status effect resist, so I have 100%. So does that mean that I'm just never gonna get Theostone again? Like that's the big question I have right now. Like how is the calculation going to work? Korean thing, Luna event. Yeah. But Taiwan is also getting the loot, which is nice. This is affecting every Theostone type, by the way. So it's not just going to be the paralysis, it's not just going to be like the seals and so on and so forth. It's also going to be the bleeds, the attack speed reduction, the blinds, it's everything. Everything is going to get impacted. And because the damaged Theostones are fucking useless in PvP, like, if the status won't also like barely work in PvP anymore, it's going to be like, okay, well, I guess Theostones are a PvE thing now. And part of me really hopes it's gonna be like this. I really hope it's gonna be like this. Holy shit, that would be so good. Like take that RNG bullshit away from me. I've been dealing with Godstone since Iron 1. Like, give me a break. Is it the same code for Korea? You just take out the TW at the end. It's just Lucky Iron 2 for Korea. I mean, this guy's basically gonna demolish his boss, right? I mean, whatever. Well, he anyways. But it's like, right now I'm doing a bit of old dungeons and stuff like that. Like, we're probably gonna be soon we're probably gonna be done with this fairly soon. But then the question is like, okay, do I do PvP right now? Like, do I just wait for like the patch to not have to deal with like that Theostone bullshit anymore? Hello, Noxumbra. How you doing? It's like, do I even want to go PvP right now? You know, right? With everything that's about to happen. Now, granted, I do need to grind those ranking points still, but you know, it's. I mean, then again, maybe like for old time's sake, just to get paralyzed like last few times, you know, like a bit of a parting gift, you know. Worked, thank you. Yeah, no problem. It's been ages, indeed. It's been ages. I'm doing great. Not tradable. No fresh characters, some more entries. Well, we're also swapping server matching. Yes, correct. I almost forgot about that. Yeah. For people that don't know, they are already reshuffling the server matchmaking with this maintenance. So on the Discord right now, we have the link to the page with all of the servers. Like Nemon is going to be matched against the Usteel, which, by the way, if anyone in chat knows who Usteel is, okay, is it bad? Can you tell me? Thank God, yeah. I mean, they did say that they're going to like keep shuffling the matchmaking across during the seasons now. Like they want to do it more and more, which in a way, indirectly, isn't that gonna kind of fuck over the people that do like AP trading and stuff? Because you have to make a character on the server you match against, right? So like, if it keeps switching, then they keep needing to make new characters and rank them up, right? I mean, it's still gonna be possible, but it's gonna be more of a headache for people to win trade, right? Basically. Which is good, you know? Now, I'm just hoping that the new server we're gonna be matched against actually riffs. That'd be nice, you know, that'd be great. I want those gold medals, actually. Yola Para, how you doing? But if it does again without PvP, instantly give you a heart attack. I can't say I have. I've been kind of locked in on the... I played the Ion Classic, and then I played Throne and Liberty, and now I'm playing this. So yeah, I've been kind of locked in on the PvP juicing. Win trade after 3 kills, 0 RP. I mean, yeah, which is a good change, to be honest. But like the fact that they're also changing the server matchmaking more often within the season should also somewhat help with that. 3 kills per day. It's gonna be 3 kills per hour now, I think, after the patch. Off to bed, have a good one. Yep. Good night, Leandry. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, right now it's per day. After the patch, it's gonna be per hour, because like the problem people had, like the ranking grinders had, is if you participate in sieges and stuff. Because like if your force just like kills people and you keep getting 1 ranking point per person, basically after the siege you were just cucked out of killing anyone for the rest of the day, because you were just capped on like basically the entire server. So they're changing it to be like a 1 hour reset. So this way after siege you can kill people again, basically. So yeah, it should help with that. Okay, how many bosses is this? 1 boss, I think. Now, really, if this patch pans out the way I want it to, like the number one thing that I want them to do next is give us a more certain way to like reroll soulbinds. If they do that, and the rest of the patch turns out the way I think it will, what the fuck am I gonna complain anymore? What the fuck? Okay, look, first of all, I'm not gonna be able to bitch about getting paralyzed anymore, right? I'm not gonna be able to bitch about having to prepare my crafts for like 50 weeks anymore. Like, what am I supposed to bitch about? Come on. Now, for the people who have been like upgrading orange gear, they're also adding more sources of the, you know, the soul codexes, the things that you have to use to raise your soul bind level, which is a good thing. Like, obviously, it's not really a problem that I've been running into because I don't use orange gear, but I know for a fact that people who have been trying to max out orange gear have been struggling a lot with it, so it's a good thing. You sound like you really like the upcoming patch. How can you not? You know, now obviously there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to check in game directly to see like how it actually functions and how it actually changes things. But it sounds so good. Returns to the beginning of flow charts. It says Glad OP. I think that never left. I think that was always somewhere within the flow chart. I missed most of it, dude. I mean, not to sound like a broken record, but once the server goes under, we're gonna go over everything again. But long story short, they're nerfing Theostones in a very significant way. They are nerfing CCs in a very significant way. They are nerfing freeze and fear very significantly. They are removing kinesinks from the game. They are on the planification phase to like make dodging gear actually relevant. They are gonna make crafted gear a lot easier to make. Like this is everything that was announced today, right? Like yeah, just what a dev life that was. Not bad, yeah, you can say that again. Did Cleric get buffed? So no class changes this week, and they have said that they're gonna hold on a bit more for like class changes from now on to actually let the meta like cook a bit before they make more significant changes. Which, thank fucking god, they need to do that. But yeah, there's probably minor stuff that's gonna happen. We'll have to wait for the actual patch notes. Shit patch, dude. Cleric is receiving the biggest fucking buff it could receive, Keggy. And you know what that is? It's not getting fucking paralyzed every 5 seconds. It's not getting frozen and then one-shot by Sulks. Like, this is the biggest Cleric buff. I was joking. Well, I'm not joking. This is the biggest fucking Cleric buff, dude. Unironically, this patch might indirectly make Cleric the strongest class in the game right now. If it pans out the way I think it will, yeah, this might be the one. We are eating good. Look at my 5070 Ti installed. Well. You're officially balling now. Now, I hope that your CPU can actually support it, but yeah, you shouldn't need to upgrade for a little while. Bro, these guys cannot be fucking serious right now. These guys were hitting the rock on the left. What are you doing? Oh, they rested the thing. Okay. 13-7 I think it should. Yeah, I guess we'll see. It gives more reason to nerf Cleric if that. I've been saying, if you want to nerf Cleric, there's not 50 different solutions to do it. The best way to nerf Cleric is to give more undispellable anti-heals to classes. It's that simple. It really is that simple. And I'm all for it, you know? Like, I don't mind. If you actually change, if you actually like do that to classes, I think that's fine. That being said, if you do that, you also need to add a way for us to like prevent the classes that have HP leech to just like leech back to full in open world, right? Because especially in areas like the middle abyss, dude, some classes have more self-sustain than Cleric because of that. So most games have Plague as a counter for healers. Yeah, I mean it's just the correct, it's just the correct counterplay, right? Because that's the only way to make a healer counter be skill based, and it also works for both group play and solo play. Are you using VSync? Yes. I'm playing at 60 FPS, so yeah. Since the stream cannot go any higher than 60 FPS. Although I haven't tried to turn on frame gen in this game. I've never tried. I probably should during sieges and stuff, to be fair. But then again, I haven't been able to do a fucking siege in 10 days, so... Oh, and yeah, speaking of sieges, Kegi, they're gonna change, Oh, nice. They're gonna make sieges, fixed timing. It's gonna be 9 PM server time on, like, what was it again? It's like Thursday, Tuesday, and Saturday, I think it is. Okay, one more. Which is great for us. It's a great news for us, because on my server at least, that shit keeps happening in the middle of the fucking night for me. So this is actually gonna make the siege happen at like a reasonable hour for me. Big dub. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 9 PM server time? Yeah, thank you. Now we're gonna have to see if the preparation phase is still going to be a thing. I'm assuming it's gonna get removed because it's gonna be fixed timing. If it doesn't get removed, then it's too. I mean, it's gonna depend, right? But it means that some servers are gonna be able to still shift the timing of the when it starts by just like not doing the prep phase, right? But well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Also, both middle and lower are gonna happen simultaneously. And as far as I understood, they're also gonna have a player amount cap to like limit the amount of lag. So basically, they want to like spread people between middle and lower more evenly, just so there's less people. Which is a fair way to go about it. It just depends on like what the cap is gonna be if they actually add that. Good dodge roll, dude. Excellent dodge. Wait, what do you guys say? This is gonna be the last ult I'm running dungeon with right now. Do you think we guys do a little bit of PvP just to say goodbye to Visal and say goodbye to the Paralysis Seer Stone just for one last time, just as a send off? Or do we just wait tomorrow for for when CCs and Theostones are gonna be less cancer? I think, yeah, I think I'm gonna do one last send-off. I think I kind of owe it. One last tilt-in, yeah. Just get a couple last Paralyzed out in the wild, you know? I think there's a cube. Yeah, there is. Alright. Let me grab that. I think this character has keys. Well, one final hooray. Oh. Okay. Well, thanks. You shouldn't have. Damn, I haven't gotten one of these in like a very long time. Very cool. He's cheating! I should probably sell those actually, because I would expect wings to drop in price after the patch. Simply because of the fact Radiant Order is going to be more common, so... Yeah, let me put these for sale. Also, I should probably sell my Balic mats, but I put them up for sale earlier. I don't know if people are gonna buy them. I think everyone is like aware that Balic mats are about to drop in price. Like I think this is common knowledge. So I can defy the Soul Bitter win. Yes, dude. Yes. Yes. Fuck freeze. Fuck freeze. Any soaks in the chat? Fuck freeze. Thank God. The fact that we can define freeze and fear after tomorrow. Holy shit, dude. Oh, they actually sold. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna sell all of my Balic mats. 6 million. There's no way. There's no way, right? That was free kill spell. Dude, you actually had to okay, it's more like 4.2 mil. Okay, you had to invuln when a soak just entered the general vicinity, because if it picked you, you just died. So I'm glad this is finally gonna be gone from the game, if anything, right? Yeah, let me sell the other mats. Again, I mean, this could be a bit of a gamble, but I'm gambling on the fact that those are gonna crash in price after tomorrow. So yeah, let me just sell that right now. And I'll rebuy them to craft my mace. Okay, I guess we'll do a bit of PvP, you know, just to say goodbye to Visal. Hostile players. How are we doing on consumable? I think we're doing fine, actually. Yeah, let me check the Central Abyss. But yeah, like, I do think there's gonna need to be a couple of, like, cast adjustments and stuff because of all of those changes, but... Man, finally, dude. Because, like, paralysis and freeze and all of that is making the PvP in this game so fucking wacky. So, like, as soon as you remove them from the game, everything is gonna be good. Which game is this? This is Ion 2. Came out in Korea and Taiwan about 3 months ago, and it will come out in like around 6 months in the West. We don't have an exact date, but yeah. Q3, please look forward to it. General. Well, unfortunately for him, he's getting a little zergled, although he's fucking that guy. Good for you, dude. Good for you. I just arrive and see insane patch. Brother. I mean, people are gonna be sick of me talking about this all day long, but at the end of the day, what am I supposed to be talking about? You know? So, Shloop, get this. First of all, they are changing Theostones to be impacted by status effect resist. And if you understand anything about status work in this game, that's an insane change. So that's the first one. The second one is they're changing freeze and fear to be defianceable. So no more cheesing. No more cheesing. You can defiance out of fucking freeze and fear now. Okay? The third change... Hey, I'm frozen. Look at that. See, this is not gonna happen anymore, right? The third change is they're changing Defiance, like the Defiance buff to work on everything. It's not just gonna be impact tap anymore, it's also gonna be protecting you from like freeze, seal, fear, everything. So when you Defiance, you're gonna be immune to all of that now. Next, they're changing Survival Willpower and Revitalization Contract, I think is the name, to not only have their main perk be a 1-minute cooldown instead of 2 minutes, but also to be a diminishing return, to have a diminishing return on CC effect tied to them. So basically when you get CC'd, it's going to proc a buff that lasts for 5 seconds. And at the beginning of the buff, it just makes you completely immune to all CCs. So basically when you get CC'd, you're just immune to CCs. And then as the buff like decreases, it has a decaying effect, right? So at the beginning of the 5 seconds, you're immune, and then let's say on second number 2, it's 80%, and then second 4, it's going to be 30%. We don't know the value, right? But just for example, right? Which means that CC locking, you're going to need to be more careful to CC lock people, number 1. And number 2, it means that when you have multiple people on you, they're not going to be able to just stack CCs on you anymore. You can't get dispelled invuln by Sin. Yes, you can. So that's just on the PvP side, right? And then on the rest of the game, they're actually taking Keenness Sinks out of the game. Number 1, they're making orange gear like 1/3 of the cost to upgrade. And they're making the amplification of orange gear be aligned with gold gear. So it's actually going to be reasonable to enchant orange gear now. And they said they're going to refund people who enchanted orange gear. So, if you enchanted orange gear, congratulations, I guess. And then, you know the inheritance system? Like the enchantment and soulbind transfer? They're making it free. They're changing it to be free. Synth class, you don't care about that. And if you inherited a piece of gear before, they're gonna refund you. Like it keeps going on. It keeps on going, right? Now, obviously, we're gonna get the new dungeon, and with the new dungeons, we had a few announcements as well. So, first of all, they're gonna increase the drop rate of Belic mats across the board. So, crafted gear is gonna be a lot more accessible. Okay, well, this guy hit me once and then went in stealth. Interesting. So, crafted gear is gonna be like cheaper to make. And then on top of that, they're gonna change the T4 dungeons to drop every type of Belic mat instead of just the last type. So no more 3 million fucking Wrathful Mind bullshit just because it only drops off fucking Dropner Cave. So yeah, crafted gear, long story short, crafted gear is gonna be easier to make. And then on top of that, they added that they have plans for the future. So this is not gonna come yet, right? But this is in the planification phase, right? Where we're gonna be able to upgrade dungeon gear to get close to crafted gear in power. Oh my god. And I'm frozen. Alright. Okay, well, this guy's dead. I mean, this guy has a cleric behind him. I'm frozen again. I'm paralyzed, actually. Yeah. I don't think they're gonna chase. Okay, well, the central abyss is just this one Zerg. I might just check the lower abyss. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. How the fuck are you tanking so much? Dude, the build I made is great, right? It's great. And with this patch, it's about to be even better. Paradise is getting nerfed. Everything is getting nerfed, Cyber. You know what I mean? We get PvE percentage set on dungeon gear, so they haven't fully finalized it, right? They just said it's in the working stage, right? But basically, they said, let's say you get a Dovati chess piece, right? And then you get a second Dovati chess piece. You're gonna be able to feed that second Dovati chess piece into the first one, and that's gonna increase like its PvE percentage. So we don't know to what extent. We don't know exactly by how much. We don't know what the cap is going to be, but we know that there's one thing that is possibly going to be coming to make dungeon gear more relevant, which is great. It's a great thing. And that, in conjunction with the fact that crafted gear is going to be easier to make, is going to make the PvE progression feel a lot better for a lot of people. That's not for this maintenance? No, they just said that's in the planification stage. Right now, though, the easier crafted gear is going to be for this maintenance, allegedly. Higher percent drop chance on the Balic mats, and T4 dungeons are going to drop every type of Balic mats. 3-star officer. You have a bleed, Theoston, on you, my friend. Man, fucking resisted the root, man. Yeah, see, Sork is gonna be fine without the freeze, dude. Sork does plenty of damage. You still have the Ice Tornado. You still have Polymorph. Like, you'll be fine. The freeze needed to go. First class soldier. You're already getting demolished. Commander, okay. I tried to spam remove shot because I thought he stunned me, but he didn't. I fell out of it. Yikes. I mean, that's my bad. I should have reacted faster. But Cyber, you play Sork, right? Like, on one front, I'm sorry. On the other front, fucking deserved. That needed to happen, you know? Like, fuck freeze. I'll never say it enough. I'm Elementalist Enjoyer. Yeah, I mean, okay, no, not Sork, Elementalist, sorry. I meant for the Fear, right? Because Fear is getting the same treatment. Are they playing anything to make PvP easier to catch up? Because the difference between some is crazy. I mean, getting the gear in itself is like pretty easy, right? It's just you have to enchant and everything. That being said, like, even going from scratch, I feel like it doesn't take that long. Like, you're within like a couple of weeks to be done with it, right? Now, that being said, they are doing a few changes. Number one, we're gonna get 30% more AP, like baseline. So, yeah. Shice. We're gonna get 30% more AP baseline, and Corridor is gonna be limited. Apparently, Corridor is gonna be limited to 4 people entering. Like, it's gonna be instances of 4. And every room is going to be viable now. So farming AP in Corridor is going to be a lot less of a headache. TL is becoming mine time, so passive will boost. Yeah. That's a good way to look about it, 100%. What do you find on the farther room? Usually I take one of the back rooms, yeah. Because I just stand in the middle and then I hold right click, right, so... But now all four corner rooms are going to be the same as the back rooms. They're making that change. And only 4 people are going to be inside of the corridor at a time. So basically, you're always going to have a room to farm in. Which is great. Marshall. 3-star. Hey, I'm frozen. Yeah, enjoy your freeze while you can, buddy. Enjoy it. You want tricks, I'm not gonna be not gonna be able to do that anymore. Yeah, I mean, every time you enter corridor, and I think that's a universal experience, usually you enter corridor and then there's a ranger that just comes in your room and just starts blasting mobs for no good reason. So hopefully that should not be the case anymore. And yeah, I mean, it's everything is great in this patch, man. I actually need to lock in, dude. I'm getting farm right now. This is no bueno. Inventory is kind of 3 still if you try all pet skills. Yeah, I mean, you're basically just gonna rely on these more so than the fear. Although the fear is gonna be like higher chance now, so it's actually gonna be reliable, but people are gonna be able to Defiance, right? So basically, yeah, I'm paralyzed. So basically, you're gonna be able to bait Defiance with your Fire Spirit, for example, and then fear. That's also gonna be one path, which is fine, right? That is completely fine. Same thing with Sork, right? Like, Sork is gonna be able to fish a Defiance to then freeze, which is fine. That's an okay thing. It's just that the way it is right now is just a bit stupid. It's just you press one button and you just win, right? I don't know. Like, that's... With Sork, you have to invul on impact, because these motherfuckers just, like, freeze you immediately otherwise. Best would be baiting Defiance with Siphon Stun. Yeah, exactly. Now, with that said, honestly, I mean, we're gonna have to see how it plays out, right? But with all of the nerf to CC, I feel like they're gonna have to need to remove the last spec on Defiance, because if you get procs on Defiance, it's actually gonna be easy win now. Okay, he's invuln. Yeah. Giving some care, world streamer, 3.9 gear, or 2k in arena. This SM keep killing him in 2 seconds. Yeah, I mean, SM is like very bursty right now. Like, I mean, that's the one thing that SM really has right now. Like, that's what I keep saying, right? Like, SM is not completely useless of a class right now. It just isn't what you would expect it to be. It's just like an incredibly bursty class for some reason. With the Ancient Spirit. This class. I'm paralyzed. I'm stunned on Defiance actually. Oh, isn't that some shit? I think I got ambushed on the same time I pressed my Defiance XD. Buff strip will also seal removing 3 or more DR. Oh really? Is that something that was said during the stream? Like I'm not really paying too much attention on the elementalist side of things, so please do tell more. Same skills in previous stream, I think. Ah, okay. But I mean, in general, right? Like Sork and SM are gonna rely a lot more on the. Are gonna have to rely a lot more on their seal. Jesus Christ! I mean, he froze me, but he froze me at the last second to interrupt the cast, actually, which was well played. Like that would work even after the nerf, actually. I should honestly just invuln first thing against the walk. Glass. In class. Bro, go away. Alright, what did the Zerg go? That's a big question now. In class. First class, okay. Yeah, there's people above me. Yeah, there we go. I'm paralyzed. Yeah, this guy is high evasion. Until September, yeah. Global, just don't think too much about global right now. Like global is barely a thought. Like we are probably at least 6 months away from global at this point. Like as I said, late August, early September at the earliest, if not maybe a bit later. Marshall. Yeah, he's gonna freeze me. Yeah, I don't have my invuln, so freeze me again. Once again, enjoy this while you can. Yeah. Yeah, that's a dead person. Okay. Does he have a cleric behind him? I think he does. Like, Sork is gonna be completely fine after this patch. It's just that the people that notably invested in stuff like the Assault skill and lent the Arcana towards like a one-trick free spec, obviously you're gonna have to adjust a bit, but Sork is just gonna be completely fine with this patch. Like, I saw a lot of people bitching that Sork was dead, Sork was dead. Sork is not dead. So at the end of the day, Sork is and will remain the most bursty class in the game. Right, with or without the freeze. Like, it's gonna be completely fine. Yeah, I'm frozen. I probably lose now, right? Yeah. 18k per artifact dungeon is good. I'm getting about 23k personally, just like chilling in the back room. It just entirely depends on like the class you have and which room you go into, right? Gladiator back room. That's probably okay. Yeah, you can probably get a bit more, but depends on the gear, right? And class. Yeah, 18k is fine anyways, regardless. 5-star. Yeah, I mean the thing, if I chase him, my defense is gonna be down. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly the problem here. I'm probably dead. Damn, he's using battle scrolls. Insane. Some of these people, I've never seen them before, by the way. Kinda crazy. I don't know where these people are coming from. End class. Yes. Like this glad I was not able to tank a single defiance from him. I don't know what gear he has, but yeah. I don't know. I don't have my... Well, he's about to get zerged, that's for sure. Yes. I mean, then again, they do have the artifact buff. You know what? I can change the preset from time to time. If you have a stigma skill on cooldown, you cannot change your preset. Even if it's the same skills, it will not let you. Like your stigma skills have to be off cooldown. Restart. This guy's gone. It's a bit of a Zerg situation here. That's a big Zerg. Templar. That's an int class, don't really want to do that. Should have known. This guy never comes alone. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll do the Rift next. Like, the Rift should also end right before the maintenance, so... We'll do one last Rift, one last hooray. People here, 3-star. Oh, in Paradise, so XDD. we saw him zoom in. I mean, possibly. Like, this is gonna be the final rift before the server change, right? So people might invade Zoomian just because of that. Int class. Unfortunate Zerg. Alright, let's see if the Commander Zerg is still out and about in this ring. There's two people here, Nint class. Not really care about that. First class, 1 star here. I mean, this guy's the bot, right? Yeah. Okay, he's dead. Well, I mean, that's a general, at least. Yeah, the front of their spawn right now is very zergy, holy. I mean, I think everyone has the same idea. It's like, yeah, might as well PvP right now, you know? And class. Alright, into the Zerg we go again. I mean, my invuln is back, so do something clever perhaps. End class, dude, just leave. Oh my god. I genuinely do not give a shit about you. Just leave. I don't know. All of these are Nint class. So many Nint class, by the way. It's kind of crazy the amount of Nint class there is. I don't know what has been going on for like the past week or something, but there's like an epitome of like high gear Nin classes going around. I don't know how they manage to just never rank up, right? I don't know if it's the case on your server as well, but like on my server at least, it's like Nin classes fucking everywhere. Yeah, this orc grilled me during the poll. Now, I did have a look at the next server we're going to match against, which is USIL. It does seem like these guys are mostly gamers, to be honest. I didn't see you in the class, dude. I'm not gonna kill you. It's fine. But yeah, the UCL does seem to be like a somewhat competitive server, so it should be about the same as Visol, but at least it's gonna be a bit of a change of scenery. They seem to have a wider range of classes for sure. Okay, well, the Zerg is here again. Just bots, TBH. I kinda wanna catch the commander, but he has like 50 clerics as well. A trainee. Ninth class. Just a big old pack of ninth classes. I think he has a cleric with him. Yeah, he does. Yeah. I'm frozen. Yeah. I mean, whatever. Just kill me. I managed to get a team for the new battlefield. Oh, which one? The one in the snow? I still haven't done it yet. Like, again, I just queue every now and again and just never procs. I mean, I guess I could try. I could try to queue it a bit. Like, you know what? I'll do a few more, like, run arounds, but... And then I'll queue the battleground. The thing that sucks with the battleground is you can't be inside of the abyss. Oh, well, any world travel in general when you tag it. So you're just gonna have to, like, hang around in your base and wait for the proc. I'll tell you if it's any fun. I mean, I think it's okay. Like, it's a capture the flag thing, right? Which honestly should be funnier than the payload push mode that we had last season. But I just think people don't give a shit because the rewards are so bad. Like, that's legitimately what it is. Like, this one should incentivize more fights, I guess. Also, I don't think it's a tunnel. I think it's an actual, like, open area, which is better. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, should have known he had people with him. Should have involved. Another soak hit me in the back. Better for the call. Newcomers as well. I mean, those in general, like, because of the structure of them, it usually, if it's anything like the previous one, it's just, if you have a juicer in the team, they just carry, right? Can you imagine PP kills can background give AP? I mean, the problem is that the main appeal is out of season AP, right? Of the BGs. Like, the actual AP, I don't think many people give a shit. I mean, I guess new players would maybe give more of a shit, but it's just so easy to cap your seasonal AP that the only thing they could put in BGs that would actually get people to queue is out of season AP and medals, right? And right now, the amount of out of season AP they give in the BGs just isn't enough to get people to tag. It just simply isn't. No revenue for capping IP without relying on Abyss or Rifting. I mean, yeah, sure. Like, I wouldn't be completely opposed to it, right? But I don't think it would drive I don't think it would necessarily drive enough people to it. It would mostly be like for new players and stuff like that, I guess. Although it would need to like not give like ranking points or something like that. Just so there's still a reason to PvP in the open. Because right now the main appeal of open world PvP is the fact that that's your main source of seasonal AP. So if you take that away from it, then yeah. Yeah, the commander is just kind of with a Zerg group right now, so... Alright, come here. Like, the thing with the commander is he's a glad, so he just presses invuln and then 50 people get to you. Brother, what are you doing? And you're legitimately wasting more time doing this than you would if you were just dying, right? Like this whole goose chase was useless. We won, nice. I mean, it didn't take that long, so I guess you can actually close out the game pretty fast. So what is it? Do you just like... Is it a King of the Hill where like you have to control a base, or do you actually have to like pick up a flag somewhere and bring it to like a specific location? Catch a flag, bring it to your place? Yeah, okay, so that's what it is. So I guess you catch the enemy flag and then you bring it to your base then. That's the entire thing. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if you're sweeping, then you should be able to be done pretty fast then, as long as you defend the flag bearer. Map has an annoying gimmick, which is freeze. Oh, good. Great. Any other good news? Oh my god. Yeah, this is just Zerg PvP. I genuinely don't give a shit about that, dude. Holy shit. Get me away. Get me out of here. You guys do your Zerging thing. Yeah, I mean, that's precisely why I don't really like the Abyss in this current state. Yeah, let me check the Central Abyss again. Maybe the other Zerg is actually gone now. Like, the thing that sucks is 1vx you can somewhat manage, but some classes are just gonna make it impossible. And like Cleric and Sork are definitely the big two that makes handling 1vx impossible. And right now, everyone is carrying both. This is good. Third class. Not very reactive, but you know. Two more. Priest officer, okay. I'm paralyzed. I'm dead. Yeah, I mean, if they carry a cleric with them, it's over. The intro has fallen. The thing with Assassin is that it's pretty threatening if it has full buffs, right? If it has full buffs, it can actually achieve stuff, but like an Assassin that doesn't have gear, that doesn't full buff, that doesn't like get some mileage done with Trinils. That is not gonna do anything. Not getting one shot by them on Shanta at 2.2k. Well, okay, well, you're probably not encountering the correct type of assassin then, to be fair. Because assassin is definitely able to do more than that to a 2k player. It was a general. Look, all generals are not built equal. I mean, you saw the fucking general saying from earlier. Like from the last rifting I did. Like that guy was straight up not having a good time. As was a Marshall. I'm guessing that's a cleric. Yeah, it is. And I'm paralyzed. Cool. Yeah, everyone just has a pocket cleric, man. Everyone just has a pocket cleric. Go here. Go again. Nobody here. Gib is a bit weird right now. It's very lopsided, which is not the best. You either encounter shit that you cannot fight, or you encounter nothing. Kinda sucks. Like, yeah, give me the sword that's gonna freeze and one-shot me, yeah. And then give me a group with like full support here. I can definitely fight that. For sure, for real. We start cleric, yeah, it's probably... You have a sword over there, right? The other one? Yeah. Okay, that's the Templar guy. And he's invuln. And again. Oh. Killed again. Okay, I'm sealed. Can't do anything about that. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna QBGs, dude. It's like I can't kill someone that has a cleric behind them. I just can't. And there's only that right now in the Abyss, so it is what it is. Let's see if we can actually Q this and if it actually procs, which I would be surprised if it does, but I don't know if I actually spec full support on this or if I actually try to DPS. I mean, probably full support, right? Like, just full support whoever's getting the flag would probably be the play. Let me switch that. All right. Let's see if I was lied to. Let's see if this actually procs. Invite me on your shitty chanter? Or on your actual character. It's okay, bring. Well, I procced, so next one, I guess. I'm surprised this is actually proccing though, you know? Big things are happening. Let's go. Okay, so if this is a proper capture the flag, it's just a hope that the guy who has the flag is in my group and then just follow him and pocket him until the end of time angle. Vivian, that's a guy from Visel. I think it's one of the, I think it's Whale Ranger. I've killed him before, 100%. We have a 3.8k sword though, okay well. Easiel, alright. Well, Godspeed. I'm just gonna play support bot. I'm following this guy. Yeah, I'm paralyzed. Great. I got hit exactly once. Also, why does it keep switching to the force thing? I want to be on my group menu. Ah, so that's the gimmick. Okay, is there a counter to this? Or do you just like eventually get frozen? What else? Okay. I know about your UI as well. Does it like keep switching to the force menu for some reason as well for you? Ah, okay, that's what it is. I see. Also, we're getting grilled on the other side, it seems. Are they outside of the building? I guess they are. You can't go up there, can you? Oh, you can, okay. There's a door here. Gotcha. Of course you would target me. It is a... I'm assuming that the guy over here has the flag, right? I'm just gonna stick with my group, you know? I assume they know better, but, you know, I think this guy's attempting to steal the flag, as it may. Yeah, I'm paralyzed. Great. Oh, this guy blew the fuck up. Okay, so these orbs save you, but only one person can save them. Gotcha. I see. Okay, so we got our flag back. Okay, part of my group is over there. Okay, well, he's dead. He did. Now they're pushing out. Good lord. I just feel like I'm just not sure why we're not playing more aggressive, I guess, because like most of our group is staying on our spawn, right? I mean, again, this is the first time I'm queuing this, right? So perhaps this is the correct way to go about it, but just in 2 seconds, yeah. I mean, some of the guys against us are juiced. Like, I do recognize a couple of the names. Also, yeah, this menu is annoying. The fact that the party frame keeps shifting on its own is a bit cringe. Yeah, so we did get the flag, very cool. I mean, if we make it, I guess we just win, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a bit odd. Definitely gonna take some getting used to, but yeah. It does proc at least. 22 kills, yeah, we had a bit of a carry. I think this would be a lot more fun with a proper pre-made though. Because this was definitely a bit all over the place. I mean, I think literally we just had one guy that just snuck in their spawn as they were pushing towards inside and like towards our spawn. And we just kind of stole the flag both times exactly like this. By all Asphalt Avenue I can with AP I can. I mean, I think you should prioritize Stigmas, to be honest. Because now that we know that the Asphalt board doesn't reset with season, like, yeah, just prioritize Stigmas and weave in PvP gear, basically. That's kind of the play. Full Deccanus. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean by weaving PvP gear. It's basically every time you have the medals to buy the next piece, you just like save up enough AP for that, and you just use the excess. Now, that being said, if you're on the beginning stages of Asphalt, yeah, absolutely, you should buy the beginning stages. Go back to sleep and show me. Alright. Got a Juicer Glad. I am following this guy. Oh my god, dude. Please stop switching the menu. Holy shit. I got switched to the Sorgs team. Alright. Try to stick close to me. I'm gonna stick close to this Sorg because this guy is clearly the carry, right? Nah, I'm proudest. I think we literally got matched against the same people, ironically. They got our flag? Yeah. I see them in our base, but I'm just following this guy. Like if he wants to grab the flag, I will be doing everything I can to help him. Oh. And I'm paralyzed. XDD. Yeah, I mean the guys trying to steal our flag are like not making it out anyways. Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on helping this orc. Pop off, king. I will protect you as much as I can. I do have salvation now. So there's that. Yeah, I'm gonna get frozen though. Yeah. He kind of snuck into my my fireball there. No, I should be fine. Never mind. There was another ranger behind the other ranger. Our spawn is kind of getting invaded, but this guy clearly wants to only push, right? So I guess I'm going with him. He already died. Well, I pop off king. Oh, that's the assassin actually. The glad got switched for the assassin. I mean, this guy is also moderately juicing, like that's fine. I'm not using main ball on this. I wait to have a teammate with me. Yeah, I saw the, like the purple and blue on the right. I saw that, yeah. I'm just kind of leaving it to the DPS, to be honest. As much as possible. Okay, the soak is here. Like this one is an attack buff, right? So I'm just gonna leave it to the DPS. It's 1-1, so we literally just need to protect this guy. Yeah. I will follow you, my liege. I do have my salvation, so we should have this one in the bag, regardless of what happens. Yeah, pick that up. I'm assuming that's a speed buff, yeah. Okay, he needs to drop it, I'm assuming. We need our flag to be here? Ah, I getcha. I mean, I'm still gonna stay here to protect this guy, though. Like, just in case they have a stealth to sneak in. Can I heal the freeze? I can't, okay. They're coming? Yeah. Well, he got one tapped, so GG's. Could have pre-salvation, to be honest. I mean, then again, I don't think that would have changed much. Alright, let me go take the rift. Let's see if the rift is any better. I mean, I'm expecting it to be a bit zergy right now, obviously, because this is the final rift, technically, until we change server, right? Also, this guy's a little bit suspicious. So he's not gonna attack me while I buy my kiss, right? There we go. But yeah, we'll see. But interesting game mode. Still don't understand everything about it, but they just need to add more rewards, man. It shouldn't take that long to be queuing into a match. Like, genuinely all week was not proccing. Let's see. And Ezekiel is 3k. I don't remember what the idle requirement was for Ezekiel. That was a while ago. Uh, 3k should be plenty. I think I remember doing Ezekiel at 2.7 actually. Like, without too much trouble. But then again, you know, range privilege to some extent, I guess. Marshall. And he left. Alright, well. Cool. Do I got the benches here? 9th class. And sure. Only thing there is in the village anyways. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a matter of like, for melee players on Ezekiel, it's like timing dodge rolls like alongside his flanks to avoid the front attacks, right? As a range, obviously, you can just outrange everything, but yeah. Brainy, bruh, what is this? But yeah, other than that, obviously, like, the block skill, pretty important. I saw Casinel as well. Like, Casinel looks like a fight. Yeah, it's definitely the fight of all time. I'm not there yet because I did miss a few. I did overcap on my nightmares a bit, but I'll get to Casinel pretty soon. Yeah, within the next few days. We'll see how that goes. Well, this is a bit more calm than I would have expected, but maybe they're just invading our side, actually. That's also a possibility. Sorry, that one ranger guy that usually farms here is going to be here again. Here's a Glad. In his place. One here. And there's dead ass no one, huh? Don't tell me I'm gonna have to go back into the abyss and get zerged, man. Don't tell me so. Tell me it ain't so. No one here either. Okay, well, this entire village is just empty. What a send off to Visel, man. Guess this is it. I mean, Visel certainly has been a mixed bag. I will say that. Like, it's been a lot more active than Hitania, that's for sure, but at the same time, it's also been, like, very fucking zergy at all times. Like, whenever you get PvP, you don't always get PvP with Visel, but when you do, it's just like pre-mates, basically. Just roaming about most of the time. Alright, we have anyone in the swamps. Like, if I do a full loop again, I have to zoom in village, and there still is no one, then I'm probably just gonna take the L and just go back to the abyss, if I'm gonna be honest. What is that YouTube advertisement, by the way, on Taiwan? I don't know if anyone can read that, but that's that is a new announcement. Lunar event stuff? Ah, okay. Probably the Lunar event trailer thing they posted then. That they showed during the live stream. Did a video with a code? Yeah. Oh, what the? There's a guy here. I'm paralyzed. Cool. Great. Just wait out the stun and get paralyzed after the sun. Excellent. Yeah, it really be one of those days, huh? It really be. Who's the officer? Okay, I don't know what's with the... That was a 4K Templar, Jesus Christ. I don't know what's with the Templars out and about, but at least there's people now. Another guy here. Same one, actually. Paralyzed. Well, and that's a 4K Templar, so you know. At the end of the day, he is dangerous. I don't know if he's coming back. I mean, he should be raising here, right? So. Yeah. Big zoom in again. Oh, there he is. Oh, I'm paralyzed. Haunted. Paralysis first things kinda puts me at a deficit against someone that does that much damage. I'm gonna be honest. Wonder why this guy's gear is actually like 4K like that. I mean, he wasn't able to pull me from the max range on the route, so he probably runs Horn Dragon Weapon, if I had to guess. Okay. Why so many Templars, dude? I think that's the same one I met on the Drana plant, actually. I think it's the same one. Okay, well, we have a bit of an epitome of really good Templars going around. Which isn't my favorite, but better than just no one, I guess. Although if they're both together, there ain't no way. Because the 3-star one is 4K. I'm guessing the 4-star one is probably along the same line. Yeah. But yeah, I'm assuming they're just gonna be together now. Are we finally allowed to check Zoomian now? Have I paid the toll? Alright, what do we have? Ninth class, yeah, it's kind of whatever. There's actually people here. Actually people. Just the Zerga people bullying Ninth class. Meanwhile, the rampage of Templars is out and about. So did these fucking Templars just disappear? Like, what's up? I kind of want to fight the 4-star one. Didn't really get a chance to gauge what it was worth. It kind of dead has disappeared, huh? Alright, well, I guess we'll do another loop. The game just kind of threw me a bone when I said I was gonna leave to check the abyss again. I need to be careful with my stamina though. Don't want to get caught with my pants down. Rainy, okay, someone put down a case for some bots here. We know what happened. So how long is the maintenance tonight, actually? I didn't pay attention. I'm assuming it's going to be a bit longer than usual because of the amount of changes and the extra dungeon, right? 4.5 hours? Okay. I mean, that's... At least, I guess that's slightly longer than last week. Like, what, 1 AM for me? I mean, I could technically... I guess technically I could go after, right? For the hard mode. Like, assuming the hard mode is going to be alongside the same difficulty as Dramata, then it should be doable right away. Like, assuming that they don't fuck up majorly, right? Not counting for potential extension? Yeah, that's probably the fuck up. Although they have been like pretty decent at not extending maintenances for the last few ones. Now they have not been nice at not having emergency maintenances afterwards, but that's a completely different problem. Alright, what do we have? Anything new here? Yeah, still nothing here. Yeah, I mean, those tempers were like kind of the outliers, to be honest. I mean, who knows? Maybe I run into one of them again. I'll do one last loop to zoom in, and then I will go to the abyss if I don't meet anyone. This time for real, for real. Went full evasion, you wouldn't be getting powers all the time. I mean, that's the one perk about evasion, right? Like, one of the main reasons why people want evasion is obviously to avoid the associated CCs, which includes Geostones. So if I went full evasion, then I possibly would be getting CC'd less, but the problem is that to get a satisfying amount of evasion, I would basically have to also sacrifice my accuracy. And then, because Cleric has no evasion ignores and no innate accuracy, like, yes, I would be taking less damage and I would get CC'd less, but I also wouldn't be able to kill literally anyone. So, because I mean, bear in mind, I have like 2.6k accuracy right now, and I'm still running in situations where I'm not able to hit some people, like at all. So, if none of my genius and stuff like that were into accuracy, I would probably like... I would barely break into like 1.2k accuracy or something. I would not be able to hit literally anyone. Also, rainy. Okay, well, clearly a few Kisks were put down here. Yeah, there was a bit of a Kisk epidemic here. But yeah, like evasion cleric would be more viable if you're like a support cleric, I guess. Probably, maybe. Surely. Although with the new update, like the update that's coming tonight with the changes to Theostones and everything, I'm gonna assume that meat shield builds are probably gonna rise up like pretty strongly. Assuming that the changes are actually quite significant in the impact they have, which I think they will. Like, I think this is it. I think NCSoft has tried everything they can to reasonably nerf Theostones, and I think this is the final straw. And I have a hunch that if you build towards status effect resist, you're virtually not gonna get impacted by Theostones anymore after this patch. Yeah, like this is the final countdown for the Theostones, I think. Which means that basically after this patch, you're either going to be building into evasion and just rely on that to not get Theo procced, or you're going to build into meat shield and status effect resist, right? Like, these are going to be your two options. But I don't think you're going to invest into evasion and status effect resist. How long until maintenance? It's like an hour, I think, right? Like 1 hour. And then as soon as the maintenance starts, I'll pull up the website. We're gonna take a look at the patch notes together. And Yukili will get to work on the data mining situation. Now, granted, usually with those longer patches, sometimes they don't push out the update immediately. So maybe there's gonna be a little bit of wait on that, but you know, we'll get there. Now, that being said, with the data mining in itself, I don't really necessarily expect anything big in the client, because like even though we are we are getting the new dungeon and everything. Like all of this is stuff that was already in the client. Like I think that there's probably going to be strings related to the philosophical stones upgrade stuff. Also, here comes the Zerg. There it is. General glad actually. Like yeah, there's probably going to be strings in relation to that. Maybe like new soul binds. Who knows, right? A third class is coming for me. Yeah. Great. Hopefully this will not be happening anymore after the patch. The ranger powers me and then the gladiator powers me. XDD. Okay, so if there's people here, I'm assuming there's probably a big Asmo Zerg in front of Zoomian, right? They had to add cutscene for Moheim and Elden content. Oh, did they? Interesting. I mean, I'm guessing a lot of cutscenes are like in-engine. So I'm assuming it's like pre-rendered cutscenes like credits and stuff like that. Well, hey, maybe we have a fresh batch of level 50 cap content added to the client then. We'll see. First class. The general's back here. Coming for me? I think he is, yeah. I have a feeling I'm getting pulled into these NPCs, you know? Like, I don't know why. Just a hunch. I have a feeling this guy is not looking for an actual fight, you know? Yeah. Interesting. I'm paralyzed. Cool. I mean, I did get to press one button, you know, that's a stock improvement. If this update is actually significant towards the Theostone nerf, like, Rangers are gonna be in for a rude awakening. Because that is definitely the class that is benefiting the most from Theostones right now. First class. Still haven't run into the Asmo Zerg, but I'm assuming they're somewhere in the field out there. Well, you guys are just waiting to Zerg here. Okay, I'm paralyzed. Okay. Okay, so is it literally just like one pack of people waiting to Zug at the entrance of the main village with no actual Asmos? Is that what's going on? Yeah, there's no one here. And if there's no one here, it probably means that there's no Asmo group going around. But let's see. Yeah, there's a few Asmos here. That's like 10 people. Yeah, 10 people. Marshall, that's a Templar though. Also, that's a Cleric, so this entire group has a Cleric behind it. It'd be nice if the targeting worked. Richard on top of this guy. Yeah, I'm not gonna miss Visal because of that. I mean, Eustial is probably gonna be the same, but Visal is literally just like full forces of people. Like, that's it. Chanta, yeah. Cleric buffs, so full group. I mean, I think that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's like one fourth of Asmos here, basically. I got hit once by an arrow, by a random rogue arrow, and I got paralyzed. Imagine that. I don't know why my Absolution didn't want to go. I'm gonna wait for a bit of flight time here. Yeah. Yes, I saw the cube. No, I don't have a key. Five-star general. It's the same Glad. He's going away though. Another Glad though. And root resisted as always. Paralyzed. Of course I am. Because of course I am. I press remove rock and immediately get paralyzed every fucking single time. Today has been almost comical with the Theostone procs. Like that is certainly a send-off. Not the one I necessarily expected, but you know, it is a send-off. Also, all of these root resist on those lads not bode well. What's that? Named class, don't care. 20. I can't hit this guy. Also attacking him apparently triggered 2 other rangers to attack me immediately, so XD. I'm not sure what it is today. Not sure what it is. Low-key feeling kind of naked right now. I'm not able to hit anyone. I'm just kind of getting 2-shot. I'm getting Theostoned every time I press Defiance. Like, yeah, I don't know. Okay, they probably pushed out, I guess. Some of them are already coming back. Yeah, alright. Cool, cool. Same VAV in every game, huh? I can't. I'm literally spamming my invuln and it doesn't even come out. I'm just immediately dying. Yeah, I don't know what it is today. Like, I'm just kind of dying. Yeah. Any damage logs? Man, these combat logs are yeah, not very good. You know, it's the coloring, that's what it is. The coloring on these logs are like catastrophic. Yeah, the coloring is kind of like randomly laid off. The stuff that is red is not the stuff you would expect. It's critical damage that is red for some reason. Not really seeing anything. Just like occurrences of like 1,000 damage, but there's like 50 of them at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. They pushed out again, I guess. Yeah. I think they're fighting over here. I do need some flight time though. I'm just kind of appalled. No, there's nothing. Well, that's a courageous Kisk. I'll say that. I don't know if that one's gonna pay off. I'm gonna be honest. My flight time got bugged. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm paralyzed. Yeah, let me actually wait out my flight time on top of that, because I lost all of my flight time on this. Why not if you know exactly where you are now? I feel like, okay, this specific location is not exactly a hard one to get, to be fair. Like this is the most common rift exit. And Kiskin location. I think everyone just Kisk up there, you know. I mean, then again, if you play Helios, maybe it's a bit less common, although I would expect that you would encounter a lot of people here, but you know. Especially on the earlier Rift days. Wait, I'm not sure what's going on right now. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like... I feel like something is like majorly off. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm just taking significantly more damage than I was 2 days ago. What server are you guys gonna get? U-Steel, I think it was? I think it's U-Steel, yeah. Like, I feel like I don't even have time to react to anything. I'm literally just like either getting one tapped or I'm getting immediately power procced, which, you know, the power procs I'm used to, but like these guys are just kind of rocking my socks right now. I don't know why. Well, these guys are literally just stacked on top of each other waiting XD. People would progress that shit like crazy in Taiwan. I mean, who knows, right? But I mean, I'm used to fighting gear like Omega whales, right? But right now it's even like a random rank 1 is like one-shotting me today. I don't know what it is. New Kaizenal set here? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, then again, these are mostly names I haven't really seen, so these are maybe like sleeper agents. Wrong titles? Nah. I'm good. I have the usual set. I'm paralyzed. Yeah, I'm not sure. I am not sure. I mean, then again, I haven't really played the game in the last like day and a half, so maybe I'm just like not warmed up or something. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? End class. I don't. By the way, Akiran, I'm curious, right? There's been an epidemic on my server of like high gear Nint class. There's like a bunch of Nint class everywhere with like Omega gear. Like it's fucking hell on earth. Like that's literally the only thing. The only shit you're finding nowadays is like Nint class. Is there a way for people to like remain at Nint class or something? Like, am I missing something? Because right now you can't lose ranking points, right? After the patch you will be able to, but right now you can't. Ranks are limited number. Yeah, but I feel like if you do any amount of PvP, you just kind of rank up pretty fast. Like, even reaching 8th class, I feel like is, you literally kill a couple of dudes and you're there, right? Harder towards the end of the season. Higher ranks. Well, my Kiska's dead, so we're going back to the Abyss, I guess. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Okay. I'll check the middle of this again. I mean, I can check the ranking, but... I'm sure if bots get removed from the rankings if they got banned. That's a good question, actually. I would assume they do, right? But... I mean, how low does the ranking goes, by the way? I'm assuming it's like the same as I want, so probably like 300 or something. Oh no, it goes lower. We can go lower. Third class. I mean, it's 2 million for third class. What in the world? Yeah, that's a bit more than usual. Apply tier. Is there a way to like check what is the current requirement for each class? Because like this is the baseline requirement, right? I'm on the left. Yeah. I mean that I know, right? But I mean, come on, like Nint class is like fucking 3k, right? Only run. I guess yeah, 1000. I guess yeah. Yeah, so if it goes up to 2 million for third class at 500, so it's probably... You probably need something like 1 million, I guess. To break higher. Which is kind of crazy, actually. I mean, I guess it's because the previous server we were matched against was nowhere near as competitive, so that was never a problem. But now that bots are farming, and on top of that the server is like more competitive, then yeah, that's probably why. Okay, that's a 4th class. Do that. I mean, that definitely explains the high amount of like Omega low ranks. The high amount of like Omega low ranks that are like really high gear, which sucks a little bit if I'm gonna be honest, because you don't really have a way to gauge the strength of people because of that, like at a glance, right? Whereas like that was kind of the case on my previous server matching. Usually Dude, let me take my fucking sip of water, dude. Holy shit. Come on. Like on the previous server pairing, like, because not that many people was doing PvP, typically speaking, you would know, like, immediately at a glance if the guy was serious or not. Mouse over minimap. I mean, I do that, right? I do that, but you don't really have the occasion to do that all the time. Also, this makes it even more surprising that a lot of the high ranks on Visol are like so fucking squishy and not threatening, you know? Like, there's a lot of like 5-star marshals and so on and so forth that genuinely do not do shit. But then you get it. But then you meet against a 7 class that actually rocks your socks for no good reason. Paradise. The speed at which this guy turned around the moment I targeted him, holy. Also, this guy healed to full by hitting my Divine Aura, so that's fun. And then he got 3 shot by a Glad. Great. I'm glad we got that established. This would have spent the most time in Abyss, yeah. I mean, obviously the bots are taking slots as well, which doesn't necessarily help. Which, by the way, so they have confirmed the changes to the ranking stuff, right? But I didn't see them confirm the fact that they would take away points obtained in PvE. So is that still a thing they're gonna do, or? Because if they don't, right, like the bots are still gonna be ranked, which is not really gonna remove the problem. You have rank point loss again. The rankings are gonna reset again? I mean, I'm assuming not, right? Like, it's the ranking is season based, it's not like server matching based. Oh, you mean when you die? Right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, depends on like how severe the loss is gonna be, I guess. It's like with the amount of shit those bots farm, I would assume. I mean, okay, then again, they're not gonna get points from PvE anymore, so they're just like naturally gonna drop off, I guess. Because I'm assuming most of these bots are already season capped. So yeah, they're just like slowly gonna drift off the rankings. Yeah, I'm paralyzed. Yeah, I guess if that's the case, they don't necessarily to take away the PvE points. Although, if they, I mean, broadly speaking, if they don't take away the PvE points, that's just going to be like a pretty big disadvantage for people who come into the season late, right? Because a bunch of the ranking points come from stuff like Corridor, right? So, if a newcomer is not able to get points from that anymore, then all of a sudden, he's going to be pretty behind. I do hope they like manually take away the PvE points. Just because of that, right? Like, even forgetting about the bots, and I need to do that. that. First class. Bruh. I love being at 14 meter, pressing my slow, and then the game puts me in combat and is like, nah. Actually, we're gonna let this guy go. Another name class. Like you see, like the amount of name classes, and these guys have been farming for like days. Like you see these guys a lot, but they just like permanently named class, which like at the end of the day, even if it's like a million to reach at least 8th class, it's still a bit surprising because I feel like a million isn't that much, right? And like a million is two week worth of a season AP, right? So. Although I guess if you're not really killing people by yourself, then yeah, you're probably going up like really slowly. I'm feared. Nice. Yeah, can't do anything about that. Tomorrow I will. But not now. Yeah. I mean, I'll give it to this guy, you know. He insta-feared me, but he also seal covered me, so... That was the proper way to go about it, but, you know. It's still fucking stupid. Fourth class. Like, I just need to be less lenient and, like, immediately invuln against those type of people, but it's like, I just don't wanna, dude. Like, invuln on open is so lame. I'm paralyzed, actually. Paralyzed, not frozen. Can't really kill anyone as low gear. Can't really reach either because no contribution. Yeah, I mean... Like, if you're like completely fresh, you basically just have to join those groups and forces and stuff, right? To at least get your PvP quest done. As lame as fear, it's about on par. You know, I mean, invulns in general are lame, right? So I really only want to use my invuln in very like last resort scenarios, basically. Not on engage. 10th class. Stuck to happy PV farming in corridors, yeah, for sure. Which does get you your Decanus gear like fairly fast still, because like Decanus is like pretty fast to get, but and there's also the possibility of getting help, right? Like if you just have a friend that just like carry you around and kills people for you, then you'll obviously get there pretty fast. And yeah, likewise for medals. I guess that is one of the biggest flaw right now with the game, is that when you're starting out, you kind of start out like really slow, right? I don't really care about killing those guys. You guys are named class. Just farm your mobs, you know. Yeah, like if you're Omega starting, like beginning of beginning, like bottom of the barrel, you're basically reliant entirely on all of the out of season AP sources. So like the daily contracts, the dailies, corridors, Shugo games, supply deliveries. Like these are going to be your biggest sources of AP, because if you're like actually a full-on like starter player, there's really nothing else that's going to give you AP, right? Because it's not like you can even farm Ninth class people, because like Ninth class doesn't even necessarily mean anything right now in terms of like the amount of gear. But PvP is just completely off the table. I just feel like I mean, maybe that's a bit of a wild take, but I think they should maybe reduce the barrier of entry to at least buying the Decanus gear, because you still have to enchant and soul bind and everything and so on and so forth, right? But like, at least when you have the baseline of the baseline, you have a little bit of PvP stat. At least you can like start hitting people a bit better, right? Even if you're gonna like do group PvP and stuff like that to begin with. What was that when I started playing for except for launch? I didn't want critical other player. Yeah. Like, I think the baseline should be more accessible to newer player. Or if they're not gonna boost the baseline, I think there should be other mediums to get AP in bigger bulks, right? Because when you look at Iron 1 gave you, okay, depending on the patch, right? You either had the options of farming relics pretty fast, right? Farming relics and okay, let's look at 4.x patch, because 4.x patch is like one of the most popular one, right? So you're a new player, you get to endgame, you can do AFK dredge, you can do AFK arenas, you can do forts for AP, you can do BMs, which is both gonna give you a baseline gear that doesn't rely on AP and also is gonna give you stuff that you can trade in for AP. You can do stuff like Steel Wall Bastion, that's gonna give you a bunch of AP and metals. Like, basically, you can get your dick wet in PvP pretty fast as a new player, right? Both because of the BM gear and because of all of the sources of like raw AP that doesn't really necessitate to kill people. I think there should be a lifetime cap on AP so that you can eventually catch up to the people that started from the beginning. I do think that this system of like the season AP is nice. Like, I think it's fine because it keeps growing, right? And everyone is subject to the same cap. But it's a bit redundant when out of season AP exists, right? Because at the end of the day, it does mean that everyone is equal on the amount of PvP AP that you can get. But then when you factor in the corridors and all of that, then all of a sudden there's an unbalance between all the players and also players on servers that dominate most. Because if you get more corridors, you get more out of season AP, right? So I think there should be a balance on that as well, right? I don't know how they would do it, whether they just make everything season AP and then they just increase the cap or something, but yeah. Brother. Yeah, he's just regenning on mobs, XD, dude. But yeah, like either it just needs to be a global cap and there's no out of season stuff, but you make the cap a lot higher, or I don't know. I feel like players need some sort of baseline, because this game is about to be very very overwhelming for a new player, honestly. You start fresh, right? You get into endgame, and then you kind of get hit with the fact that you're gonna need to make like PvE accessories and stuff like that for the high-end PvE. And then to start doing PvP, you're gonna need all of that gear, and you're gonna need all of that gear with the soul binds and the enchants, right? So don't forget, I was saying, but MapQuest, yeah, that's what I mean. The strife gear, right, from the camps. That's what I mean. Like, I think the progression is fine, and on paper you are able to get there within like a month, like within a reasonable amount of time, but it's still pretty rough. And then on the flip side, you have the medals, right? Like, the medals is a huge time gate. It's a massive time gate, right, on the PvP gear progression, which isn't too bad, because at the end of the day, the medal gear doesn't give you that much strength compared to Decanus gear. But yeah, maybe lowering the amount of AP needed to buy the Decanus gear would be a decent like first approach for that. Good paralysis, dude. You got me. Yeah, like your main... Oh, the thing is, right, like your main path to getting into PvP fast, as it is right now, is to join forces. Or getting helped by someone who can kill people, right? If you have that available to you, I'm paralyzed. But so are you, haha. If you have that available to you, then PvP progression is very, very straightforward. You're basically catching up on your 4 million AP within probably like a couple of days if you have someone helping you out, right? I'm paralyzed again. I'm paralyzed again. Ultra combo. Oh my god, this guy too. Well, you're getting attacked by another dude now, so... The healer ranger. It's... Fucking every class does this. I feel like they kinda... overdid the HP leech in PvE. Like, I don't know, man. The fact that any class can just walk up to a mob, press a button and be full health is like, dude. Come on. The late gamer? Yeah, today is a bit of a different stream. We are going to continue streaming as the patch begins, and then we're going to go over the patch notes and the data mines and all of that. So, hence the late stream. Yeah, I'll go check the lower base for a bit. See if there's more people. Are they going to release Ludra hard mode? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually do that. Really glad wins 2 weeks in a row. I mean, the upcoming patch is gonna be a big one. Genuinely, like it's... Like, I don't know. I don't know who's gonna be the biggest winner, who's gonna be the biggest loser with this patch, right? But... it's definitely gonna be a very interesting patch to witness. Okay, well. I got my setup in order. Very cool. Let us know how big of an upgrade that is. But it's gonna be a very interesting patch. We do have a lot of unanswered questions as to how everything is gonna work out, but if anything, it's certainly gonna shake up things a significant amount. Honestly, I'm hoping they fix the global. I mean... that's a bit of a broad subject, isn't it? Yeah, do we have any decent ranks? All of these are ninth classes, brother. Yeah. All of this is ninth class. Salvation, XDD. Yeah, I'm gonna drag you guys like below the platform, if you will, because I have a feeling... No, you don't want to come? Yeah, I mean, fair enough. You guys are native rank anyways. Okay, I mean, what do I want to see fixed for global? I mean, in terms of like the thing is, in terms of the state of CCs, I'm gonna have to wait and see exactly how much this patch impacts, right? Because I'm still of the opinion that CCs need to be shortened, but more CCs need to be handed out to different classes, right? But who knows after this patch? And then for the rest, like, honestly, one of the biggest thing is I just want to see them add more difficult PvE. I want to see like a bigger variety of battlegrounds. You know, like... Also, by the way, so I'm paralyzed. Nice. Wasn't this week supposed to be the week that adds the PvE game mode to the Abyss? That was this week, right? I'm paralyzed again. Like that was this week, right? So, but they didn't talk about it like at all. So is that still coming? Like, do we know? I'm ready for patch for like 300k Kina. I mean, there's not really much in the way of like. I mean, I guess there's the philosophical stone stuff, but we still have to get the stones themselves. Regin? I don't know. We were supposed to get a PvPvE game mode this week. Maybe they just throw on patch notes. Maybe, yeah. It's just a bit surprising that they wouldn't just not address it at all on this live stream. But yeah, like we're gonna get the philosophical stone stuff, but like again, we're gonna have to farm the stones themselves, and then I don't know if that's gonna be that big of a Kina sink. I mean, it's basically one more soul bind. It's just gonna be one more soul bind to roll. Like that's literally all it's gonna be, right? So that's gonna be as much of a Kina sink as that can get. But yeah, other than that, more than anything, like we're getting Kina back, dude. Like they're gonna refund in people who did the use the inheritance stuff, and they're gonna refund people who enchanted orange gear. So if you did any of those, then rejoice. Dude, go away. Invuln. But we're gonna go into more details of that when the notes release. We're gonna discuss all that. But in terms of like which class is gonna be the biggest winner and biggest loser, I do think Cleric is gonna benefit from this patch a lot, more so than most classes. I think Gladiator and Templar are probably gonna get hit the hardest. Obviously Sulk, right? Sulk is gonna get hit like pretty hard as well. If you can consider that getting hit, right? Jesus Christ, dude, this guy's doing so much fucking damage. I mean, then again, like fighting Ranger without being able to roll kind of sucks. Like Sork and SM are not going to be able to be one tricks anymore. They're actually going to have to think when they kill people. Well, you know, they're still going to basically one tap people with Inferno and Ancient Spirit, but at least the guy will be able to fight back. For changes, new skins, man. I did see they added a new Guna skin, so you know, if you're into that, then stay winning, I guess. Although, if I'm gonna be honest, maybe it's just me. I feel like all of these Guna skins all look the fucking same at this point. Like, I mean, to be fair, you can only do so much to make a Guna skin, right? You're basically just showing skin. Also, I'm paralyzed. Cool. You can basically just like keep showing more skin, which is what they've been trying to do, but at this point they kind of all look the same as a result. Ironically, one of the least Guna skins they've added for female characters is the fucking like succubus outfit, dude. Which you know, that's a reality we live in. Yeah, well, these guys probably want to end it class, whatever. Prefer Iron 1 skins. I mean, there certainly was less gooning in Iron 1, yeah. There was a bit of it, but a lot less. Supreme Commander, okay. Yeah, I'm paralyzed. Yippee! The human candle made more sense. Yes. The human candle was a very important skin. But I do think this game has like good skins, especially when you start looking at like the actual closet stuff instead of the cash shop skins. Like genuinely, the cash shop skins are just kind of bad in my opinion. Like the in-game skins have some gems though. Like there's some really good skins, although some of them are a bit difficult to acquire for sure. I need to start killing. I need to just start killing the name class, dude. Like there's too many name classes that are actually geared, that actually want to attack you. I need to treat everyone equally. Cash skins are often missed. They all kind of look the same. I don't know, man. That's kind of a thing. Same with the battle pass stuff. Like the battle pass stuff has literally been the same skin both times. I do hope we'll get more variety on that as well. I'm paralyzed. Cool. I'm glad they put a gun skin shop and I try to have it this way. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. It's just some variety wouldn't hurt, you know what I mean? Like so far, I haven't really felt enticed to get any of the skins or mounts from the shop. I don't know. And thank you for the follow, Professor. But like, I'm content with the in-game stuff at least. Also, the die system is like. The die system is pretty good, honestly. Although I do wish you could save colors you already used in the past. That would be my one request. I'm paralyzed. Yeah, I mean, same as ever. Everyone has a pocket cleric, everyone paralyzes you. Yeah. Probably swipe on Xmas skin. I mean, the Christmas skin was another Goona skin, though. That's the thing, right? Like, if you play a female character in this game, literally the only thing you're gonna get is, like, a thong. The only thing NC will give you, if you play a female character, is a thong. The male characters do get better skins, which is funny, right? It's funny. Usually it's the opposite. But genuinely, like, the gooniness of the... Like how gooning central NC stuff is right now kind of results in this. The old Goona skin. It's old Goona skins. Always has been. Not a bum guy, noted. I mean, I don't know. I just don't really care for the Goona skins personally. I need more Goona skins. In fact, I need to be able to buy multiple copies of it. This way I have different colored thongs. In class. But yeah, again, that's like such a minor complaint, to be honest. I don't really care that much. It's just every time they show off a new skin, I'm like, oh, it's the same shit. It's the same one again. What's your level of Earth Grace? It's like 18, I think. I can check. It's 16 on PvP, and I think it's 18 on PvE. Yeah. Keep the thongs, let me get a big... Okay, well. I will not be reading that comment. Oh my god, dude. Yeah. Fucking 200 ranking points CP. Give us spiky badass skins. Yeah, I just like the more, you know, classic skins, you know? I kind of like the classic Ion skins, personally. I know not everyone does, but... Also, like, there's some, like, really iconic skins from Ion 1 that I kind of want them to bring back. Damn, that's slow. Well, that's not what I'm focusing on my PvP set. Because, like, one level of Earth Grace is 0.5% damage boost on the proc, right? So... I've added 2 sets from Iron 1 that I want. Two sets from Iron 1 that I want. I wonder what would that be? There's a still... There's a commander here. But, you know... This commander is probably protected. Yeah. As expected, you know. Yeah, I'm paralyzed. Thank you for breaking your own paralysis. Very cool. Big bad Bakama. I mean, we are getting a Bakama dungeon with this patch, so, you know. You get them, plate skins. Oh yeah, I see the one, yeah. I kind of like this one, yeah, actually. Pretty good. Info healing enhancement, Earth Grace on this. I mean, healing enhancement I do have on my accessories, and I do have some on my Arcana. Already. Like, healing enhancement, I'm not doing too bad on it. But Earth Grace for PvP, I'm kind of like whatever. For PvE, yeah, like I will definitely fish for like better Earth Grace Arcanas when we get the new set of cards. Since we're probably gonna have to make both a PvP and a PvE set of cards, right? So I'll do that, but currently damage on my Cleric. I mean, my biggest like problem right now is in terms of damage, Earth Grace is not gonna save me. I'm gonna be honest. It's just that I need more amplification on my accessories and I need a better weapon right now, which are both things I'm working on right now, but you know, it takes time. I don't swipe, so it takes time. What passive do you max out to PvP? Survival power and healing enhancements are the two that I'm going for in PvP right now. Because I only do solo PvP, right, so... I'm not gonna remove shock. Yeah, I'm paralyzed. And having to use fucking invuln on fucking rank 9s, dude. We actually truly do live in a society. I'm just gonna drop wings because I just don't want to fight this guy. I don't care for 200 rank points. Immortal Veil? No. Survival willpower and healing enhancement. Especially after the patch, like survival willpower is gonna be omega value. Since it's both gonna be extra status effect resist for Theostones and additional damage tolerance for the passive, that's gonna proc every minute now, which is actually quite significant. Like the change from 2 minutes to 1 minute is gonna be very significant. With class, I don't care about that. God, dude. I'm gonna go for the 4th class because that's the only guy that matters here. Oh, there's a 5th class as well. Alright. I'm just gonna ignore the 9th class Templar because no thank you. First class. The madness is about to start actually. Now that I'm looking at it. How are we doing on the rankings? So let me get that. Nice. Sold both. Stonks, dude. This Macecraft is going to be coming faster than anticipated. Let's see, rankings. I mean, update in 7 minutes, so basically most of what I did today was not accounted for. There's 3, can't find the third one. Okay, the skin you just sent me on Discord is the level 58 Eternal Crafted set. That's the plate one. Of this set, I really like the leather one. I was actually using the leather one on my assassin for a while. Yeah. It's the one from 3.x. Like, the gear in itself was absolute dog shit, but the skin was good, so that was reason enough to make it. Yeah, definitely, like, some stuff like this, yeah, for sure. I also liked some of the Bailey crafts. Some of the Bailey crafts looked really nice. Like the level 50 cloth craft. Really good. Really good. Also, like, on the Bailey weapons, right? Like, it's such a miss, right? Because the Bailey weapons that we have right now, yeah, gets fucked, dude. The Bailey weapons that we have right now, they don't have the iconic trail from the Iron 1 Bailey crafts. I don't know if you remember, right? Especially some of the earlier ones. Like the level 50 weapons, like those are very iconic. The server maintenance has started. The client will now close. No, I don't remember. Yeah. I think I was using... I think on NA Classic, on my Cleric, I was actually using the mace. So I probably have a video somewhere of like the mace, yeah. Okay, anyways, let's look for the patch notes now. Let's have a look at that. We now begin the main segment of the stream. Do not run Voice of Doom in PvP anymore. So I only run it in Arena against Chanta, and the reason why is because they ninja nerfed it. It's actually dispellable now. So, like, because the main use of Voice of Doom, right, was... How long is the maintenance? It's like 4.5 hours. The main use of Voice of Doom was to be able to nuke someone even if they were getting healed by a Cleric. Like, that was the #1 use. And nuking Clerics themselves, right? But they nerfed Voice of Doom to be dispellable. So it's virtually fucking useless now. Because the Cleric can literally just like press Absolution and then it's gone. So yeah, unfortunate. It also makes diving people inside of Zergs like a lot harder. Because obviously if they have a pocket Cleric, then you can't kill them anymore. Alright, so Iron 2. I mean, I'm sure someone is going to post the... Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright. Alright, let me just put that on the mainstream, actually. Are the patch notes even up yet? Yeah, they are. The only thing that takes a bit of time to come up sometime is the update button, which right now it's not up. So we're gonna have to wait on that. So as soon as the update it becomes available, we're gonna be able to start doing data mining. Didn't they know it was dispellable now? Yeah, I kind of figured out the hard way because it was not indicated in the patch note. But basically on the patch that made the animation faster, they did it, yeah. Okay, so let me do that right now. Also, I guess I could put some background music maybe, but let me just do that first. Add element. Window capture. Internet. This one, right? Yeah, all right. Okay, let me just put it behind the stuff. It's like, yeah, right. Okay, everything should be visible, right? Yeah, okay. gonna make it slightly larger like this. Maybe push it a little bit. Brother, let me edit the window properly. You know what? Maybe I should have prepared that beforehand. Okay. Okay, we should be good now. Alright. Chinese notes aren't up on purple. I'm just looking at the Korean notes because, like, typically the Korean notes auto-translate to English better. So I'm also going to be looking at the notes I took from the live, and we're going to be reviewing all of that in just a second. All right, let me see if I can maybe put some ambient music. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to put music. And you know why I'm not going to put music? Because I'm probably going to cut this down and put it on YouTube. And having background music is going to make it fucking annoying. So you guys put on your own background music, okay? So let's begin this first segment. So this is gonna be the first time I'm gonna be doing this. You guys let me know if you actually want me to do this more, like every week. So basically, the server just went down, the patch notes just went up. We're gonna be looking through the notes combined with looking at information we got from the live earlier today. We're gonna cover everything, we're gonna discuss everything, and then as soon as the patch becomes available, we're also gonna be reviewing data mining stuff thanks to HOOOLY. And as usual, all of the data mining stuff you will be able to find on the Discord, Discord in the chat right now. Or if you're on YouTube, you can check the description. And yeah. So let me just put this on top of this and we can begin. So let me know if this is big enough for you, chat. If you want, I can like make it a bit bigger like this. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah. Sing for me, Frenchman. No. All right, so let's see. Well, that's going to be a big one. All right, so soul bonding system can proceed your command soul in printing rate has reached 100%. So this is the philosophical stone stuff, right? So basically, once your piece of gear is going to be at 100% soul bind, so when you use the soul codexes and you reach 100% with the soul binds that you have, you're going to be able to use these philosophical stones that you get from dungeons. So right now we can only get the eternal ones from Dovati, but I mean, as you can see here, they're also going to add the gold ones, right? Which I'm assuming it's going to be both in Dovati and the new dungeon. And you're going to be able to get the ones you get from the dungeon, morph them into like unlocked stones, and then use them to unlock an extra soul bind line on your gear, right? So let's see if this is actually going to be a proper soul bind, or if it's going to be something like the Trite Resonance on Throne. So let's see. The philosophical stone aren't quality based, it's a teal item. There's two different ones. There's one for eternal and there's one for gold. Like we saw as much in the client, and they show the gold one on the stream, right? Cleaning equipment. Okay, can be molded using Revelation Stone and cleaning equipment. So it's gonna cost 1 mil per equipment. Oh, let's see, that's less than I expected. Yeah, so it's gonna be 1 mil to unlock the slot. Okay, so as usual, we're not gonna be able to add a slot to stuff like the mission weapon and the mission bracelet because they have like special soul binds, which who gives a shit? Nobody's gonna want to expand on those anyways. Sage Stone Revelation, Material Conversion. Okay, yeah, so as I said, you're going to be able to get the philosophical stones from dungeon, as we already have been able to get them from Dovati. Effect added as soul binding is probability selected from the possible soul binding imprinting effect imparted to the equipment. Okay. Okay, so it's literally just an additional soul bind line. This is basically what this means. So it's just an extra line. So you're not going to be able to get the same stat as something that you had already rolled, right? And you're going to be able to roll it, to re-roll it, right? Yeah, purple of engraving enhancement during tuning. Yeah, so you're going to be able to re-roll them as well, just like a regular soul bind. So yeah, this is literally just an extra soul bind line. Okay. So this is interesting. This is interesting. So if you have a a philosophical like extra unlocked soulbind on an item, when you inherit the item, the extra soulbind is not going to be inherited. So you're going to have to rebind everything to 100% after inheritance, and then you're going to have to re-unlock the slot again. So that's definitely one thing to consider. Like for example on PvP gear, if you have like a mix of Decanus and Centurion, maybe you want to prioritize your Centurion gear over your Decanus. Yeah. Okay, so Expedition, Cradle of Nothingness. So this is the Karma. So we saw during the live stream that we are going to get both the normal mode and the difficult mode at the same time, which is really good. I mean, I kind of prefer it this way because that's going to make it easier for me to make the guide. I just go into difficult and then I run normal once and then that's it. I'm pretty much done. So yeah, expect a guide for this to come in this coming week. Highest rewards from the Old Energy. Okay, so this is the same as Dovati. Okay, so new painting. New painting, new wings, obviously. Silver Horn of Void. Is that like a new skin, like in Urugugu? Do you think? A new Draconic Fabrication item. So that's gonna be the new Balic mat with the blue line, right? So basically, with this new dungeon, we're gonna be able to craft the new eye level 96, I think it is, the eye level 96 like Demonic Dragon item. Okay, so this is the change they mentioned during the live stream. So the Odell that you gather, like after you kill the boss that is around the cube, is gonna have, I believe, let me look at my notes. They said it's gonna have a 500% extra chance to get gold Odell compared to like the regular nodes, and it's also gonna have like higher chance to get the green and blue Odell, but the gold one is gonna be apparently very likely. Sage Stone Revelation Imprint. Okay. Okay, so you're not gonna. Okay, so does that mean that the current one that we have, like the sealed one, it's just gonna be the actual stone directly? I guess that's what it means. So you're directly gonna drop the philosophical stone from the chest, and then with 2 stones plus a million kina, you're gonna be able to unlock your stuff. Okay. Hero tuning stone from imprinted, a unique tuning stone from obtained from the expedition odd energy cube had been increased to twice the existing amount. Okay. So that's the soulbind stones, right? The thing that you morph into the stones to reroll soulbinds. So they're doubling the amount that we get. Additional draconic material to be acquired during expedition conquest. Additional draconic material are provided as imprint item. Ah, okay. That's interesting. Okay. Doing expedition conquests. So expedition dungeon. Okay, so this is the style dungeon. So these are conquest dungeons, and this is a sanctuary. So okay. So basically, okay. So basically, for all of the conquest dungeons, you're gonna be able to get the maximum mat, just like normally right now. And it's gonna be a tradable version, but you're also gonna be able to get the material from the previous tier as a bound item. That's what that means. So let's say you run, so there's the tier 1 mat that you get from Crow Cave and Dropnir. And then you have the tier 2 mat that you get from Urugugu and Vacron. If you run Vacron, you're going to be able to get the same tier 2 Balic mat that is tradable and sellable as usual. But you can also get the mats from Dropnir and Crow Cave as bound items. So this, basically all of this, now we have to see the rates, right? We have to see the rates. But this should make self-crafting your Balic PvE gear a lot easier. And it also means that running the highest level dungeon is always going to be the best. because if you run 4-star, you're going to be able to get everything. Now, obviously, only the last one is going to be sellable. So, okay. So I guess this is a way to make crafting Beylik easier while also not nerfing farming with ults, because the buyable low-level mats are still only going to be able to get obtained on the low-level dungeons. So if you're running Crow Cave and Dropner Cave, the Beylik mat from these are still going to be valuable on the auction house, because the only way you get the one that you put on the auction house is going to be to run the low-level dungeons. So yeah. Honestly, this is a pretty smart implementation, I would say. That's honestly pretty good, yeah. Now, again, we're going to have to see the rates, but this should make crafting your own gear a lot easier. Enhance your equipment, adjust breakthrough cost. Okay, so that we saw during the dev live. This is basically... So, long story short, orange gear now is going to cost, on average, 1/3 of the cost it used to cost. Right? So, you can see here that from 15... So, basically, from 10 to 15, it's going to be similar to gold gear. And then above, it's going to be like you see, from 15 to 16, it's going from 20% to 65% success rate. And also, they're basically not quite dividing by 2, but they're reducing the keener costs from for the breakthrough by like 40% on orange gear. So orange gear is actually going to be doable as a non-whale. Like, this is basically what this means. Like, the only thing that you have to take away from this is that orange gear is actually going to be doable as a non-whale. Sucks for anyone who already plus 25 orange gear. So the other news that we got from the dev live is that they're going to refund people who already enchanted orange gear. They did say it's going to take them some time to do it, but they said they're going to refund. Wait, why? Because that's what they do. Right? And likewise, did we see it already? Yeah, we didn't see it yet, but also with the inheritance system, they're gonna do the same thing. They mentioned on the live stream that if you did the inheritance, because they're gonna remove the keener cost from the inheritance system, they're also gonna refund people who did it. But yeah, what's the change for the week on PvP gear? Look, man, look, we take the dubs that we can take. All right, like this is already, all of this is a very surprising change. Like, I was saying for the longest time that there was no way in the world I would ever touch orange gear in Taiwan. None. But with this might change. Because this is actually very doable. This is very doable. This is basically going to make it so, like... Let's see. Because enchanting a piece of orange gear to plus 20 cost, like, how much? I want to say it was around... It was around like 200 million, wasn't it? Like, am I smoking crack? But I want to say it was something along those lines to reach level 20. But now it's gonna be like, it's gonna be a lot more reasonable. It's still gonna be more expensive than gold, but it's actually gonna be doable. Yeah. And like this, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the keener cost for the amplification is basically, it's basically the same as the gold gear now, right? So 20 to 25 is basically going to be as, like, the same cost as on gold gear. Okay, the base point bonus effect, which I played. Okay, yeah. So this, so you know how from trainee up to rank 1, I think it was, you got AP bonuses as like a catch-up mechanic. Now this is gone. And they're just giving plus 30% to everyone. So yeah, just plus 30% AP for everyone now. And they're removing AP loss on death as well. But they are changing it so that you lose ranking points once more when you die now, which was that was removed a little while ago, but now you actually lose points again now. And they're also lowering the requirements to hit like the high ranks in terms of the ranking points, which makes sense, right? Like, this is probably to prepare to make Tribunus and not Supreme Commander, High Commander gear more accessible to people. Now this is the anti-bot change. If you hit your seasonal cap, like your seasonal AP cap, you're not going to be getting ranking points from PvE anymore. So it does say here, ranking points can be earned in PvE excluding Corridor. So I guess doing Corridor is still going to give you rank points. Interesting. Honestly, I was expecting this not to be the case, but okay, sure. Damn, they're adding more flight rings to Lower Abyss. Jesus Christ. Okay. Do you know what this is? This is probably going to be added on the Helios side. Yeah. Because people were complaining about the fact that Helios had trouble reaching Argos because the spawn condition for Argos was kind of skewed toward the Asmodeans. So I think they're going to add flight rings to make it easier for Helios to reach Argos. Yeah, I think this is what it is. PvE damage amplification values are added to Abyss grade compensation equal to existing PvP damage amplification tolerance values. Okay. So this means that the higher your rank, your Abyss rank is, the higher your damage against monsters in the Abyss now. Like, it's not just going to add PvP stat, it's also going to add PvE Abyss stats. And it's only the highest of Abyss ratings, Arena of Solitude and Arena of Cooperation. I don't know what they mean by highest. I'm guessing it's going to be Officer and above, but who knows. Maybe it's going to be like Marshal and above or something. Okay, so the artifact resonance phase is removed and changed to other specific time. Okay, so we saw that in the dev live as well. So they are. So this is confirmation, by the way, from something that we didn't know from the dev live. But basically, this means that Siege is going to be fixed time on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday at 9 PM server time, and there's not going to be a resonance phase anymore, which means that, you know, the phase where you kill mobs to like fill the percent bar, that's gone. I'm guessing this means that at 9 PM server time, the 10-minute, maybe the 10-minute starting time is going to begin immediately, like the 10-minute preparation time. So yeah, fixed time on War, thank fucking god. I don't know about you guys, I was just straight up not able to participate to Siege in my server anymore. It kept happening in the middle of the fucking night for me, so yeah, thank god for that. 30% reduction to PD gate, don't spoil, dude. Abyss Corridor, alright, so this is the PD gate. So if your faction loses all 3 artifacts, you will get a PD corridor that will spawn like in your faction spawn. Okay, so yeah, as Akiran said, so basically you will get a PD corridor, but the corridor is going to give 30% less AP than a regular corridor. Yeah. Preemptive monsters have been added to the outer space of the Abyss corridor. So this means that, okay, so inside of the corridor, you know how the room that's towards the back have like more mobs. They also have the below mobs compared to the front ones that only have the soul mobs. Basically, they're making all of the corner rooms be like the back rooms, which means that basically every room in the corridor now is going to be viable. Not really better for me. Sucks to be NA. Sucks to suck. Oh, actually, no, you're not NA. Wait. So 9 PM for us is I guess it's in the middle of the day, yeah. I mean, just boot up your phone. Just a quick siege, you know? You know? Surely your phone is not gonna explode, right? Alright, Abyss Monsters. Plans for Garden Killing Nama and Angry Kind are changed as follow. Okay, so they're making so the weekend event on Saturday and Sunday for the Nama spawn, like the boss that gives you the seasonal for the silver medal, is gonna spawn 2 hours later, basically, than now. So like for me, for example, right now it spawns at 1 PM, and now it's gonna be 5 PM for me. Not 5 PM, 3 PM XD. Will be after Siege, yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, on Saturday, right? Because there's no siege on Sunday, but yeah, basically that's what it is, yeah. Kyra, Argos, Nucleus, nah, stats are raised. Okay, so I mean that's just the usual. They're just like increasing the amount of health they have. They've been doing this pretty much every week, so no surprise there. Okay, they're changing the spawning position for Nama. Okay, I'm guessing. I mean, it was better now because it used to be skewed towards the Asmodean faction, but I guess they're trying to make it even more fair. Distinguished Service Medal. This point, oh, really? Really? Okay, so you're gonna be able to buy medals for AP every week. That's what that means? Silver merit medal and gold merit medal are added to the design, which can materialize it to the higher merit medal. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no, brother. More metal gamba. Okay, so just to like fully explain what's going on here. So basically every week now you're gonna be able to spend 100k AP to get 10 silver medals, 300k AP to get 10 gold medals, and 100k AP to get not 100k, a million AP to get 10 platinums, right? And you're gonna need these ranks to buy them. But also you're gonna be able to gamba like full medals. Okay, so you're gonna be able to gamba 1 silver medal and 150k medal to try and craft a gold medal, and you're gonna be able to also proc and get a platinum medal. And then if you fail, you get 50 fragments, 50 silver medal fragments. So you're basically getting 2 silver medal gamba back. That's wow. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. Who has the Kina for this? Yeah, dude, I don't know. And then you're gonna be able to gamba 1 gold medal and 200k Kina to get 1 platinum medal, proc into 2 platinum medals, and then if it fails, you get 1 silver medal. Dude, this is gonna be... I don't want to think too much about this, but yeah. Okay, you know what? Let's pretend this doesn't exist, and let's just be happy about this, okay? Because this basically means that Tribunus gear is actually going to be attainable for most people now, all right? 300k AP per week, you get your 10 gold medals, you're going to be able to slowly work towards your Tribunus gear, right? And that's that. Now, if you really want to hurry up, you're going to be able to gamba your silvers for golds. Now, we have to see the success rate. They don't say the success rate here. No, they don't. We have to see the success rate. If it's 10%, fuck that. All right? If it's 10%, fuck that. All right? Only if you're off one-star officer. I mean, that's... I think if you're going for Tribunus gear at this point, you should be one-star officer. Like, I think that's fine, right? But at least we have a better source of metal now. Yeah. Now, I would have preferred if we got, like, metal dailies instead, right? Like to have basically have metal dailies like in Iron 1 with like the camps and stuff to get maybe people to go out and about more in the rifting maps, but I'll take that. I'll take that, right? Either way, I guess this gives us more use for our AP rather than just buying more stigma shards. So yeah. Anyways, season mission. Staff will be added to weekly time missions, and some mission will be changed to allow you to additionally earn the Abyss Distinguished Service Medal. I see. Okay, so... Wait. Staff will be added to weekly time missions, and some mission will be changed to allow you to additionally earn the Abyss Distinguished Service Medal. What the fuck is this? Abyss Distinguished Service... That's probably a mistranslation, right? Okay, so we get 1 weekly... Okay. So this is the monster weekly, isn't it? I'm not sure what this means, to be honest, because these are existing quests. Oh, okay. No, I know what this means. Okay. The transition is a bit weird, but I think what this means is basically the current existing seasonals that currently only gives fragments are also gonna give medals now. I think this is what this means, right? Can you explain again what happens to the medals? We can craft it now. So basically, you're gonna be able to buy 10 medals of each per week for AP, but you're also gonna be able to gamba full medals to try and get the high grade medal. So you're gonna be able to gamba silver medals to potentially craft gold and platinum medals. And then you're gonna be able to gamba gold medals to potentially get platinum. And basically think of this as kind of similar to the fountains in Iron 1, right? But yeah. Translate the Taiwan notes. I will take that on the side. I will look at it after. Yeah, we'll double check, but I think this means that basically the existing quests are also going to give additional medals now. I think this is literally what this means. Anyways, Abyss boss competition payment method rewards. Okay, so this is the contribution for Abyss boss, right? Obtaining drop rewards are applied as the final strike criteria, same as the existing criteria for obtaining Abyss Discerning Service medal. Okay. So basically, they're adjusting the yeah, okay. They're adjusting the amount of rewards given for bosses. So basically, like basically, if you were not getting anything from those bosses, you're gonna get more shit now. That's basically what this means. Yeah. And there are also gonna be more windows of like for the amount of people that you get, right? Okay. So these are the tokens that you get from the bosses, right? From all of the bosses, and these tokens you can craft into boxes that give you medals. So now it means that the amount of people that gets those rewards is now larger, right? And the amount of the amount of tokens that you get is also getting increased. This is what this means. So the top one contribution on Nama is gonna get 10 marks now, right? And up to 10,000 people are gonna get at least 1 mark now. So participating to bosses is at least gonna give you something pretty much guaranteed now. Yeah. And if you were a high contributor, you're just gonna get more marks. That's what that means. High event is gonna be included into the Shugo Fiesta schedule again. So this is which one is this? Is this up? Is this with the and hidden Luigi event? Reduced from okay, so the hide and seek one where you transform into a Luigi and like you get chased by Shugo and you have to like take the orbs while pretending to be a regular Luigi. This one is gonna last less time. I guess up, yeah, okay. So up is returning, and the hidden Luigi event is gonna be shorter. Okay. Okay, Book of Souls. These are the books you use to increase the soul bind percentage on an item, right? So they're adding those books to Transcendence Rewards chest. And Tempered Stone, the material mechanical symptom. Okay, and now for 10,000 Kina and 200 Tempered Stones, I'm guessing this is enchantment stones, you're gonna be able to craft books with that, basically. Which means that, technically speaking, you can now swipe for soul books. Because if you just keep buying wings, if you buy wings to break them down, you can now infinitely craft books of souls. Now, that being said, 10k for one book is kind of steep, so I don't know how worth it that's gonna be, but yeah, that's basically what it is. One Sage Stone imprint and 20k Kina. Okay, so this is the Philosopher's Stone. the thing to unlock the extra soulbind slot, you're gonna be able to, if you have more that you don't need, you're gonna be able to convert them alongside 200k Kina to get 50 books. That's what that means. Yeah. So basically, this is gonna be swipeable. Like the soul books are gonna be swipeable now. This is the bottom line. I don't think any regular player is gonna necessarily like care too much about this. But yeah, we have to see how much this is gonna give in Transcendence as well. Hopefully this is a decent amount, because otherwise it's pretty much just the Shugo Fiesta stuff, right? To get them outside of this. So yeah. Now with gold gear, these are not a problem. Like you might be wondering why this is a problem, but for gold gear, this is not a problem. For orange gear, you need a fucking truckload of these, right? You need an insane amount of these for orange gear. So this is basically for orange gear. Yeah, production. You will be able to acquire core items by converting the only equipment acquired into material. Core items by converting the only equipment acquired in exhibition into materials. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, let me check the other one, I guess. There we go. Let's drop down. We're gonna cross-examine. These are the buffs. Production. Unique level equipment obtained in expedition conquest and material to transform into core. Use core, magic breath engraving as material into dragon gear. Wait, okay. Magic breath imprint up to 4 times. Okay. Okay, so this is just a straight up new item. That's what it is. So if I'm not wrong, this basically means that you're gonna be able to convert gold gear from dungeons into a crafting mat that you can combine alongside an item that you can get from the season shop and you can basically convert it into a Balik mat. I think this is what that means. So basically you're going to be able to convert gold gear from dungeon you don't need into a below material. I think this is what that means. Our draconic equipment to be manufactured using core. Yeah, so we'll have to see exactly what that means, right? But basically, baseline, I think this is what that means, yeah. Next, number of material required to production of Celestial Dragon, Demon Dragon, Onion Dragon. Okay, let me... That... Demon Dragon, okay, this doesn't help. So they are reducing the amount of Balik mats needed for these Balik crafts. So I don't know which tier this one is. I don't know if this means just like overall... Yeah, it's just basically like this is to craft extra Balik mat, and this is them reducing the amount of mat you need to craft Balik gear. Demon Dragon, Onion Dragon. Okay. This is the new Balik gear they added. So basically they're reducing the amount of ingredients you need to craft the new Demonic Dragon and the new Emperor Dragon equipment. So the one that we can't craft right now, they're reducing the amount you need. This is what that means. Okay. I mean, thank God, because the amount of mat you needed to make one demonic weapon was fucking insane. I'm gonna be honest. This, in combination with the other stuff, might mean that I'm gonna make the demonic mace instead of Ebony. I'm gonna be honest. Wells didn't take the bait. I mean, they couldn't anyways, because these were not craftable. These are going to become craftable after this patch, because we're finally going to get the last mat with the new dungeon, right? But up until now, they were not craftable. And this one is not going to be craftable until we get Sanctuary 2. Yeah, Add preset to decorate your wardrobe. Okay, so this is basically just gonna allow you to make presets for, like the wardrobe presets. So if you mix and match skins, you're gonna be able to make presets for that. Add a new Kisk, so they're adding a false Kisk. So same as the Alliance Kisks on Iron 1, basically. Like, not really surprising. Alright, so class changes. Okay, so these are the ones that got covered during the live stream. So shock release, this is Defiance. Changes are made to allow freezing and fear to be states to be lifted. Thank fucking God. Holy shit. This needed to happen a while ago, but I'm glad it's finally there. Fuck that. Alright. The increase in impact meter resistance and increase of out-of-state resistance. So this basically means that Defiance is gonna boost all status effect resist instead of just stun. So this should also include, obviously, Freeze and Fear, but it's also going to include stuff like Seal. Yeah. Seal, Blind, Paralysis, like, this is going to work against all of that, right? So basically, during your shock release, or like Defiance buff, you're basically, if you have a decent amount of status effect resist, you're basically going to be mostly immune to Seals and so on and so forth. Alright, so this is very interesting. These passives are the passives that give you status effect resist as well as an additional effect. So this is survival willpower. This procced on a 2-minute timer a damage tolerance buff when you got CC'd. And this procced a HP heal when your health dropped below 10% for other classes, right? So like this was for classes like Cleric and Glad. This was for classes like, I believe Ranger and Sork who got that one, right? So yeah. So these are getting changed. So, and then we'll start resistant increase. Okay, so basically it's still gonna give status effect resist as a baseline from the thing. Increasing damage tolerance for 5 seconds and increasing emerald state resistance for 50% for 5 seconds is applied to shock gauge. Okay. So this and this. Okay. So the secondary effect of health recovery and damage tolerance is going from 2 minutes to 1 minute recast time. And then they're adding the additional effect that when you get CC'd, you get a buff for 5 seconds that increases your CC resist by 50%. And every second that buff is reduced by 10%. So let's say you get stunned, you immediately proc a buff that gives you 50% stun, like all CC resist. And then 1 second later, it's 40%. 1 second later, it's 30%, so on and so forth. So this is basically somewhat of a diminishing return effect on CCs in the sense that, let's say you have multiple people that attack you, and one guy stuns you, and then another guy launches a seal, right? So shock, gauge, freezing attacks. Okay, so I think this is only impact, freeze, and fear. Okay. So basically, people are not going to be able to as easily stack stuns, freeze, fears, so on and so forth on you at the same time. Like, this is basically what this is. Like, I don't know if it made sense, but that's basically what it is. Counterattack, flash attack, surprise kick. This is... Isn't this Assassin? Yeah, okay. So basically, gap closers that made you cross the target to go on its back, or just like cross across it. Basically, if there's no space, instead of just making you fall to your fucking death, it's just gonna move you to a location where you can actually stand. So like, let's say the boss has its back against the void. If you use Shadow Strike, I believe the name is, instead of like dropping you behind, it's gonna drop you on the side of the boss, right? Like, this is basically what this is. Fix an issue where the healing potion would not operate normally when the abnormal state resistance value was 100% or higher. Okay. I don't know about that, but okay. Neolithic effect is activated. The stats are normally hit and resistance stats are modified to apply. Neolithic effect is activated. Stats are normally hit and resistance stats are modified to apply. Okay. So this is just categorizing like CC effects, I guess. So stun is impact, seal is mental, and physical is paralysis, blind. See, bondage. What is bondage? Root? That's probably root. Movement speed reduction and combat speed reduction. Okay. Root, yeah, okay. I don't know what Neolithic effect is activated. Let me check the Chinese one. Ah, Theostones. Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this was mentioned during the live stream. This basically means that Theostones are now affected by your status effect resist. Which again, thank fucking God. So your impact type chance is going to impact the stun Theostones, which the stun Theostones basically functions as a paralysis. Your mental resistance is going to impact seal. And then your physical is going to impact like pretty much everything else, right? But the individuality mostly doesn't matter, right? The individuality mostly doesn't matter because at the end of the day, I think for most classes, like when you raise status effect resist, it pretty much raises all of these equally, right? And because Defiance now increases resistance against everything, like it's also going to work against this. So yeah, but yeah, basically, this is a huge nerf to Theostones. Massive, even. So we're going to have to see exactly how the math works out on this, right? In the sense that if it works like any other CC, it means that Theostones are deadass not going to proc at all anymore in PvP, but I'm guessing that's not going to be the case. But either way, this means that Theostones are going to proc a lot less. I have a 103% status effect chance. I mean, I have a 100% status effect resist, right? So, yeah. And also this means that obviously when Defiance is up, these are not going to proc at all anymore because you're going to be like at like 200%, right? So yeah. Elementalist had big up with the elemental type passive. Yeah, there's a couple of classes like that, yeah. I have to see how high my seal and paralysis chance are and what base constant values are. Yeah. We have to see exactly how the math works out on this. But for the majority of classes, like if this works the way we think this is, just like any other CC, a lot of classes are just straight up not gonna proc Theostones in PvP anymore. If we're gonna be honest. So yeah, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see for sure. Alright, so class balance, Salseong. This is Assassin. Okay, so damage increase on Roar of Wild Beasts, back kick of Wild Beast, beating of Wild Beast. This is the right click combo. And full time slashing, rapid slashing. Okay, this is left click and right click, right? Let me see. Yeah, this doesn't help much. I think this is left click and right click. 15% more damage, XD. Apply poison. Probably from 7% to 15%. I'm guessing this is a healing reduction debuff, right? So the proc rate is raised to 15%. Palace, this is Ranger. Breath of Mother Nature, this was the one that has the reflect, right? 50% effect to a magic damage reduction. Okay. I mean, I think that makes more sense. Okay, so Breath of Nature on Ranger is not a reflect anymore. Now it's a magic damage reduction for 10%, and then the extra spec gives an additional 10%. So 20% magic damage reduction. No, this is Ranger. Yeah. So yeah, they reverted the reflect. The reflect was kind of stupid, so makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, so changing the reflect to mitigation makes sense to me, honestly. Boundary Eye, fix an issue with tooltips, not increase maximal health again. Okay, so this is just a tooltip fix. Mado Seong, this is Sorcerer. Cold Storm. Fix an issue that doesn't cause... Okay, so this is just a bug fix on the additional damage not applying. Even if there's a frostbite effect. So frostbite, I'm guessing is the freeze. Is this the freeze? So this is I think this is an interaction between the freeze and the storm. Let me check the Chinese one. Air conditioning storm. Yeah, this is so much better, right? After correcting the problem of cold air, storm summoner disappeared. Okay, I don't know. I would need a soak to tell me if any of this makes sense. Because I genuinely don't know what this is. This to me sounds like an interaction between the ice storm and the freeze state, but I'm not sure. Healing, so that's Cleric. My damage amplification effect intermittently along... Okay. So I guess there was a problem where the damage bonus was applied on top of the mantra, like alongside the mantra sometimes. So yeah, that's whatever. Just a bug fix. Scream of the Soul. So this is Fear Shriek and Insta-Fear, right? So both are getting baseline chance increased by 10%. Which makes sense because we can define them now. I think SM's elementalists are gonna look at this and are gonna be like, that's it? That's it? The patch is up? Alright. The patch is up, fellas. So go press download, and also we're gonna have data mining stuff once we're done with the patch notes. So look forward to that. Inferno VFX change to AC unit, yeah. Other changes. Skill with long press. Okay, so this is charge skills. Skill exchange to not activate if the input retention time exceeds a certain time. Does that mean that as long as you keep the button pressed, the charge doesn't go out? Is that what that means? So you choose when you release your charge? I mean, that's what it sounds like, right? Okay, these are the events. No long press holding it for longer than a certain period of time will no longer trigger the skill. Okay, I think this is what this means. So this means that as long as you keep the button pressed, the charge skill will not go off. I think this is what that means. If a player with daily key can participate to a 44, so yeah. Okay, so this basically if you have someone that has the daily kine cap in your group, before when they killed monsters, the monsters would drop their loot as usual, but they would not be able to pick it up, but the rest of the group would. So this means that if you have someone with a kine cap in the group, nothing's gonna drop anymore, basically. Yeah. UI improvement. Internet pop-up window border where information of third party. Okay, so that's whatever. Okay, so this is the yeah, this is just a change to the enhancement window so that the character model doesn't like overlap with like the stats and stuff like that on the and stuff like that, yeah. And also they're changing the inheritance system to just straight up tell you that you can't inherit anymore if you reach the maximum amount. Event. Valentine's Day. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess we're all married to this fucking game, right? So it counts as something. What do you mention for dessert? So we're gonna get like event food, basically. Yeah. Okay, so there's gonna be, it's gonna be the same as the Christmas event. So we're gonna get like event food, and we're gonna get the daily contracts. That's gonna give us like a event related material, basically. That's to counter the macro people using where they have the macro hold down buttons infinitely. Probably, yeah. Probably. I mean, it could also be just a convenience thing, right? Because let's just say like you're a melee and you begin charge. Okay, let's say you're a Templar, right? And you start using your charge skill and the boss just jumps away from you at the last second. You can just hold the button, walk up to the boss, and then release, right? Instead of like having to cancel your charge and then gap closer and then recharge again, right? Like in Iron 1, charge skills work like this as well. Like as long as you didn't release the button, it didn't go off. So it basically goes in line with that, right? Yeah, so this sounds a bit similar to like the Christmas stuff that we got, yeah. This is daily gifts, daily gifts in the mail. And then Lunar New Year Festival. Yeah, this is the attendance stuff. Yeah. So daily attendance. So the usual stuff, yeah, usual stuff. More mail stuff. Event shop. So we can get skins, emotions, reset books. 1 per server per week. Okay, well, I mean, better than nothing, I guess. Yeah, so most of this is pretty much stuff that we've been getting in the previous events. Box of growth. I'm guessing this is going to be like the usual, like Mana Stone boxes and so on and so forth, right? Changes were solid apart from the random assassin buff. Why did they do that? I mean, I think the gap closer stuff is like, it's fine. Because I think there was a lot of cases of assassins using gap closers in like raid bosses and falling off the platform. So I think that's fine. Like the apply poison buff is kind of a fucking whatever. Like it kind of procced all the times anyways. So I don't know how much that's gonna change anything. And then the 15% damage boost on left click, right click is kind of fucking weird. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure Assassin needs that, but okay. Assassin is even stronger in PvE now, XD. Yeah, we don't really see the content of these boxes, so it's kind of whatever. Fuck bag key seller. Whoa. Whoa. Good translation, Google. Good one. Good one. Jesus Christ, man. New NPC, yeah. Okay, so more daily stuff. Okay, so we're gonna have basically, long story short, we are getting a fuck ton of daily login stuff, daily mail reward stuff, and then the usual like event shop with the tokens, right? And then yeah, they're adding the hanbok again. The male one looks decent, and then the female one is just a thong as usual. So you know that's yeah. New weapon appearance: Dragon's Breath is added. So yeah, that's a new set of skins in the cash shop as usual. Yeah, they're adding more of the like small Kunith stuff, like the jewelry and stuff, in the skin shop. So if you like that, you know. More wings. Actually, I think they showed them on stream. One of them looked really cool. But you know, XD 29,001. So $30 for 1 pair of wings. Lamau. Alright, so now improvements. Red, blue shell skills, exploding spear are improved without overlapping. Hatching Nayat Man. I think this is the first boss, right? So I think this is the tether mechanic on the first boss. So, okay. I think what this means is they are making it so the tether mechanic will not happen at the same time as the, you know, the expanding circle AoE. Sometimes it was a bit messy, right? When there was like a bunch of expanding AoEs and you had to do the tether mechanic on top of it. So now they're not overlap anymore. So this is the first boss. The first boss was apparently able to deal damage through invulns in some scenarios. Skill production, I think. Okay, I think this means there's more of a tell on the tether mechanic. They are nerfing the levels of monsters in Dramata in general. So yeah, this also means like this usually means accuracy and like crit hit resist and stuff like that. Changes on that. So basically, you're gonna need less accuracy and crit in Dramata. Which, by the way, apparently the difficulty of the new dungeon is gonna be similar to Dramata. So I guess all of this is also relevant to the new dungeon, right? Dramata harness damage to elite and boss monsters is reduced in difficulty. Yeah, I'm not sure what this means. Maybe this means that hard mode is getting nerfed. It's either that or it means that the bosses are basically weaker now. Let me see on the Chinese side. Lower the blood volume of the elite monsters and chief monster in Dramata. Yeah, okay. So this is just an HP nerf to the bosses of Dramata hard. So DPS check is easier in the hard mode now. This is what this means, basically. So yeah, lower gear requirement to do hard mode, which, by the way, again, is going to be the case for both Dramata and the new dungeon. Sanctuary, Eon of Ludra. 2 phases improved to move the front of the boss when using a skill that moves the rear of the boss. Yeah, okay. So this is in reference to the Shadow Strike of Assassin. When you use it on Ludra now, instead of dropping you in the void, it's just going to put you in front of the boss, which could change. So this is the first boss, like party 1 boss in Sanctuary. So the black puddles that are left on the ground, sometimes they would remain on the ground even after the boss was killed or after the boss reset. So this is supposed to be fixed now. Okay, so this some morphing when you replaced the main mat, the morph just wouldn't fucking work and you had to reopen the menu. So this is a fix for that. Okay, so this is on the equipment preset. You needed like empty slots in your inventory to switch. So I don't know if this means that if you need the exact amount of your equipment, of the exact amount of the number of equipment that you switch to be in the cube, or if this means you don't need free slot anymore. I think before you needed more slots than the amount of equipment switched, and now you need the exact amount of slots. Yeah. Subjugation battle. Contribution is applied to subjugation warfare. Do not obtain a certain contribution. It will be modified to prevent you from obtaining rewards and ranking points. Subjugation battle. Okay, I think this is AFK prevention in Battleground, but let me check. Crusade. Okay, well this doesn't help. Great. I think this is AFK prevention. I think this is AFK prevention in BGs. I think this is what this is. Yeah, so this is just like overworld spawn changes. Yes. Okay, nice. This is actually really cool. Okay. So you know, like on wings right now, like when you have a pair of wings, they would like the usable item wings. It just tells you that XD when you use it, you get those wings, and you don't get to see the stats that the wings give before using it. Like you would have to go into the wings menu to check the stats. Now it's actually gonna tell you the stats on the wing item, which is good. It's a minor change, but it was definitely obnoxious. Yeah. Okay, so this is funny. This is funny. So you know bots? You know how bots have the captcha system? And if they fail the captcha, they get turned into a mob, so they can't fight anymore, right? Now on top of being turned into a mob, it's gonna enable PK on them. So basically, if a bot gets transformed, even people of the same faction are gonna be able to kill the bot. So yeah, it's more of a funny change than anything, but you know, I think it's a good change. Modification, fix an issue. Yeah, I mean, this is just like a preview on the emotes in shop, which is good. Fix an issue where the loop effect is assembled in mobile environment cannot be output. Oh, okay. This is like bosses that like dash in a direction it would not work in some scenarios. Okay, this is a box in Ferocious Horn Den. Okay, so this is the auction house. So they did a few changes on the auction house where you can actually check both auction house at the same time now. But ever since they did that change, when you sold items on the auction house, it would not show the red dot to tell you that you sold items anymore. So this is getting fixed. Like the game will tell you when you sell items again. Extensions on item restart window creation material conversion to go. Okay, yeah, so this is just like in a material conversion and stuff like that. It didn't tell you the amount of items. Okay. Gampa seed. Is that the seed of detection? I'm guessing not, right? But see through seed. Yeah, this is seed of detection. Yeah. Okay, so okay, nice. Because right now, seeds of detection, when you store them, they get categorized as like a miscellaneous items. So usually, everyone, just about everyone on quick storage, will have miscellaneous as default to just store stuff quickly. But if you had seed of detections, you had to take them out of the selection every time. So now seed of detection are going to be categorized as food, so they're not going to get stored anymore. Good. That was a minor gripe, but good. This is a sealed dungeon bug. Okay, this is Kaizenil. For the people who haven't done Kaizenil yet, there's a jumping section on Kaizenil where the boss becomes unattackable. But basically, melee classes that have skills that you can spam without a target would go where Kaizenil teleports to and continue hitting him during that phase. So they're changing it so that's not possible anymore. Okay, some NPCs in Altgard apparently never respawn after being killed, and that's getting fixed. Lemao. Okay, so that's about everything. That is everything. So yeah, just to go over the highlights again. Honestly, to me, this is my highlight. Like this, although like this small section here, this is my highlight. Like the change to remove shock to work on fear and freeze is absolutely fucking massive. This is gonna change stuff a lot. This was stupid. I know Sorks and SMs are gonna be a bit sad about this, but you have to admit that this was stupid and unhealthy for the game. And like, I've said this before, but doing this is gonna allow them to balance your class better in the future, because this means that they don't have this whole shtick of, oh, we can't really do this with this class because they have this dumb shit button they can press to just immediately win the fight anymore. So maybe this is gonna feel bad to begin with, but long term, this is overall a net positive for both the game and the classes that had these. Like, no questions asked. This is a really good change. Same for this, by the way. And then this is basically diminishing return on CCs, which is good. Like, if you're fighting 1vx, you're gonna get less pressured, and like, if you get CC'd, it also means that if you decide to not defiance a stun, for example, you're pretty unlikely to get punished by like a Theostun proc in the middle of the stun as well, and stuff like that. So that's honestly better, yeah. And then this, obviously, this I hope is basically going to kill Theostuns in PvP. This is, I don't think it's gonna quite make them completely disappear, but at the bare minimum, this is gonna make them a lot more bearable. Like, because right now, literally, when you do PvP, you fight for like 2 seconds and then someone is getting paralyzed. It doesn't matter what happens. When you're fighting, someone is fucking getting paralyzed within the first 2 seconds of the fight. So this is hopefully going to fix that, finally, right? So yeah, that's good. That's fucking random. This honestly is good because the reflect on rangers, like, just kind of whatever. And yeah. So HOOOLY, how's the data mining situation going? We still have a few things we have to talk about, but just checking in. Also, let me launch the update on my client right now. There's a non-zero chance I will log in. Downloading patch. Okay, fair enough. There's still a few things we need to discuss. So there's additional stuff that I have discussed on the live stream that is not on the patch right now, because obviously it's still in the works, but it's stuff that might be coming soon, right? Taiwan is too fucking slow. Okay, fair enough. So one of the main thing they talked about was in regards to PvE like dungeon gear progression, in the sense that, so you saw that they already want to make crafted gear a lot more available for people, which is a good thing, because the main source of pay to win in the game right now is crafted gear. Let me see if I can find it again. It was like above this, right? Book of Souls, Base Corridor. Okay, so this, right? So the main swiping thing right now is crafted gear, and it impacts both PvE and PvP to an extent. PvP a bit less, because there's only basically weapon, but for the majority of the player base, the weapon is the one that everyone uses crafted for. And then on the very high end, you have weapon, guard, chest, and legs that people use crafted for. And for the most part, crafted gear is like pretty much inaccessible to a majority of the player base, because it's too expensive. It's too risky, because crafting it is just breaks usually, right? So this changes things. So Belic mats are going to be more available. They're going to be cheaper. It's going to be easier to craft stuff by yourself, because you're going to get bound items when running your day-to-day dungeon. Now, I'm guessing that the bound version of these are not going to be tradable on the account thing, although I kind of hope it will. I don't know. We'll see after the patch. But I'm assuming that the bound Belic mats are not going to be tradable across the server-wide warehouse. But even then, this is basically going to make crafted gear a lot easier to get for regular players, including the new demonic ones, because these ones were requiring insane amounts of mats, and they are nerfing them. So Obviously, they could be saying it, they're nerfing it, and then it's gonna be XD -1 mat, but I'm hoping it's at least gonna be like a 30% item requirement reduction, but we'll see. And then on the flip side of that, on top of that, they talked about on the stream the plan to make dungeon gear upgradable in a way that's gonna make it competitive with crafted gear. And basically what they were discussing was, let's say you get you do Dovati, right? And you get a Dovati chess piece. If you run Dovati again and you get another Dovati chess piece, you're gonna be able to enhance the first Dovati chess piece with the second one, and that's gonna give it PvE percent stats. So the example they specifically brought up was PvE damage tolerance. So I'm guessing this means that you're going to be able to stack dungeon gear, maybe not to the point until it gets like the same amount of percent as crafted gear, but at least dungeon gear is going to be useful now. You're going to be able to fill in the blanks with dungeon gear. So it's not for this patch, but it's coming to a future patch, which is, again, really, really good, right? So this, on top of the fact they are reducing the cost of enhancements on orange gear, on top of the fact that they are removing the cost on inheritance, on top of the fact that they are making it easier to get like mats, is basically indirectly gonna make the game like a more accessible to the day-to-day player. So just a few info, and the patches seem juiced. I mean, I think I might upload this to YouTube, right? Like just cut down the patch note reading and stuff like that, and put that on YouTube. We're gonna go over to the data mining in just a second, as soon as Yukiri is able to get his grubby hands on the client changes, which should be very soon, right? But yeah, bottom line is huge W. This patch is a huge W. PvP is getting significantly better with the nerf of Theostones and CCs. PvE progression is getting significantly better with the ease of access to crafted gear and the potential addition to dungeon gear progression. And yeah. The only thing that kind of leaves me a little bit like, you know, iffy from this notes is the fact that you're gonna be able to swipe for soul codexes now. Hiring people gets stronger, medals, it's stupid. So hitting 1-star officer isn't that difficult, to be quite frank. Now, to be fair, in general, let me bring up the medal stuff before we talk about that. Okay. So for people who missed it, basically, you're gonna be able to buy medals every week, 10 medals of each per AP, and the access to the purchase is gonna depend on your rank. So silver medal is basically gonna be available to everyone. Gold medals you're gonna need to be 1-star officer or higher, and then platinum medals you're gonna need to be general or higher. So this in a vacuum is honestly fine to me, because at the end of the day, PvP gear progression doesn't really give you that much of a huge advantage. If you get higher tier gear, right? You get a bit of eye level, you get the set effect, but like comparing Centurion gear to a Tribunus gear, the difference isn't very major, right? Like the big difference is gonna be in people mixing and matching, right? But I think this is fine. I think that requiring people to do PvP to get rank, to get medals is okay. Also, on top of that, this is a little bit unclear, but this makes it sound like they're gonna add more medals from the weeklies and seasonals, right? So in general, I think this is just a side effect of them making medal acquisition in general more accessible to everyone. Now, that being said, there is one downside to this entire thing, and it's this. Let me bring up the Chinese version. I think it's a tiny bit better translated. Okay, this is the event stuff. Be around here, right? Oh, this is still the event stuff. And the Chinese patch is so condensed. Okay, there we go. So this forecast system is basically Metal Gamble. So for anyone who played Iron 1, this is kind of reminiscent to the way the Metal Fountain was, except you also have to pay a fee to put the metal in the fountain. Which, dude, okay. The Metal Fragment Gamba, to begin with, sucks ass. I hate it. It's too much of a key sink, and I'm not a fan. But now, on top of that, you're going to be able to gamble your silver medals to try and get gold and platinum, and you're going to be able to gamble your gold medals to get more platinums, right? Now, they haven't put the percent success rate, right? So, let's say, I don't know. Let's just like be very hopeful here. Let's say that the success rate is 50%, and then it's 25% critical success and 25% failure. It sucks ass, but like that's fine. Now, let's say that the success rate is 10% and the critical success is 5%, and then the failure rate is 85%. Fuck you, I'm not doing that. Right? So we're gonna have to wait and see for that specific craft, right? Either way, I'm not a fan. I'm genuinely not a fan of this, and I wish they would stop doing those stupid RNG kinesinks for metals. But at least, ignoring this, we are getting more medals and also more reasons to spend AP. And we are also getting more rewards from the world bosses. And we are getting more rewards from the seasonals. Yeah. So this basically means we are getting more seasonal quests and that are going to give medals, and the existing seasonal and weekly quests are also going to give more medals. Yeah. So what I hope this means, okay? Now let's hold all hands together in chat. Let's hope that the fact that they are changing the season weekly quest mean that they are getting rid of the fuck-ass silver fragments. And now you're just gonna straight up get silver medals. I hope this means there's no more fragments from the weeklies and you're just straight up getting medals. If that's the case, and basically the silver medal fragment is mostly getting replaced with this, I'm a bit more okay with this. Yeah. But this is going to be a wait and see situation. Like as soon as we log in, we're going to be able to see that. They're going to remove transfer 10 million. Allegedly, yeah, that was discussed on the live stream. The inheritance system, the 10 million cost is going to get removed and people are going to get a refund. Yeah. You can see fragments. Yes. The fragment Gamba will still exist because there are sources of fragments like left and right. You can get fragments from monster drops. You can get fragments from siege. And you're probably still going to get fragments from some of the quests, right? But like the problem right now is you're literally getting like 1600 fragments from doing the weekly quests. And that is costing you like 10 million kina to try and get 10 silver medals, which sucks ass. So if they remove most of the fragments from that and just give you raw medals, and then the Gamba side of the weeklies move over to this, that's a bit better. Still not the best, but you know, a bit better. Yeah. Again, this specific one is a wait and see. I don't like it, but it could be less bad than we think, I guess. Because basically this, you're only going to interact with this if you're done with your Centurion gear and you want to like min-max your Tribunus gear obtention, right? And one way or another, we were going to get something like this. I was expecting them to retire the silver metal fragments and to give us gold metal fragments instead, and to have that be the Gamba. But to me, this makes it sound like we're not going to have like gold metal fragments, and instead we're just gonna gamba the silver medals directly. So this is basically the same thing. Now, obviously, this also means that unless you're general or above, you're basically never getting high commander gear. Which okay. I have mixed feeling about this, because on one hand, it means that you need to PvP a fuck ton to get the best PvP gear, which I think that's fair, but I think putting the gate on the gear purchase, which is already in the game, is better than putting the gate on the medal purchase. Because the one thing that this is doing is new players are basically not going to be able to buy these two unless they get to a decent point in PvP. Right? Whereas as of right now, new players were able to keep up with the baseline, the medal farming. Right? Because even if you're a new player, you can just join a force, you can do sieges, you can do bosses, and you can just kind of sort of leech off of other players to complete all of your medal stuff and like preemptively start building medals with the current system. But with the addition of this, it basically means anything that is Tribunus and High Commander is going to be gated behind you having done a certain amount of progress, which wasn't the case on Iron 1, by the way. On Iron 1, you could already start farming your like high-end medals from the very beginning of the game. Even though you were not going to use them immediately, at least you got to stack them before you got to the point where you could buy them. So one change that I would like to see from this, at the bare minimum, they can keep the system like this, but what I would change is for the purchase restriction to stack in a similar fashion to the seasonal AP. So you know how the seasonal AP right now is basically all of the seasonal AP from the start of the game up until now you can catch up on, right? I would basically like them to do the same thing with this, so that after the patch we're going to be able to buy 10 medals, right? And then right now this is going to be a weekly reset, so you're going to be able to buy 10 medals a week, but I would like them to have a system where you can buy 10 medals this week, and then next week you can buy up to 20 medals, and then the week after that you can buy up to 30 medals, so on and so on. So this way a player that gets into the game is able to catch up, or like a player that gets into the game, or even a player that isn't able to reach those ranks right now, as soon as he is able to get to that point, he's able to catch up on all of those medals. I think that would be a better system. Because the problem with a system like this is you're gonna slow down. You're basically gonna create a permanent gap between the players that already play now and players that join in later, right? Only get 500 AP for weak gear stigmas, medals, too much for a few AP point. Yes, but at least the season AP has been the same cap for everyone, minus a couple of exceptions, which we're not going to talk about that, chat. All right, we're just talking about the system as it is right now, okay? Okay. The AP cap is basically the same for both players who started on day 1 and the player that would start tomorrow, right? Like the amount of season AP that you could farm since the conception of the game, outside of the few exceptions that we're not going to talk about, all right, is 4.5 million AP. So you're able to catch up on that at any time. And I would like them to change this to this. This is my one gripe with this. I like the fact that we're going to be able to get more medals. They need to change the system to allow new players to catch up on this, right? So yeah, like this is my one complaint with this. Now, moving on to the world boss and siege contribution system. So they're basically making it so like at the bare minimum, everyone's gonna get 1 mark. This is the main change, right? They're just increasing the amount of the baseline people that get 1 mark, right? This is good, but I think this is a band-aid fix to a bigger problem with sieges and world bosses. And that bigger problem is the fact that the contribution system is kind of stupid to begin with. Like, the contribution system, as it is, doesn't really work because it is based on the DPS you do on the boss, right? And because of that, you have a bunch of classes that are left behind. And basically, those 10,000s are going to be classes that don't do enough damage. And all of these are always going to be the exact same classes. Which means that if you play like Assassin, if you play like Assassin, Soak, Ranger, you're always going to be here as long as your gear is decent. And you're always going to progress faster than these other classes. Like, to me, this ranking system either needs to be changed to be class-based, or it needs to be gone entirely and just be a baseline contribution system. You hit the boss once, you get like 3 marks, and like that's it, right? Like, this is what I would like to see from this system. But at least now everyone is going to be able to get something out of this, so, you know. That's worth something, I guess. But yeah, these are kind of my thoughts overall. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. So what do you guys think, right? What do you guys think about the CC changes, about the medal changes, about the contribution changes, like so on and so forth? Like, I'd like to hear your opinion on this as well, right? Because I think there's a lot of good, but I definitely have mixed feeling about a couple of things. Yeah. So I do think as well that the change to the sieges is like a net positive as well. Like, I know this is gonna impact some people negatively because depending on your time zone, now sieges are basically always going to be at maybe a time that you can't participate in, but yeah. But like locals, this is just a lot better. Also, the data mining stuff is going to start trickling in, so lock in. Yeah, right now we mostly have just localization changes. Okay, you know what? Actually, let me pull this up. Let me just I can put this on the screen as well. Yeah, sure. I'll put this here. Capture window. There's no sensible information here, right? Yeah, no. Fine. Alright, there you go. Let me just put this on the correct layer. Right here. And we just close this down. It's a bit bigger as well. Also move it to the side, possibly. Yeah. Now we are gaming. Alright, so for the people who don't know, every week on the Discord we do have HOOOLY over here doing God's work, doing a community service, and just going through the files and checking out what's new, you know. So when it comes to season 2, like, we already have most of the information. Like, this is for example, this is the upcoming Transcendence dungeon. Like we have the server information, we have like, you know, skins, so on and so forth. We have music data as well for all of the new dungeons. So if you missed out on all of this, like this is an unannounced dungeon, for example. If you missed out on all of this, you can exclamation mark Discord in the chat, and you can have a look-see into the data mining channel for all of that. And right now we are looking through the files for the current update. Mixed feeling about fear being removed by Defiance. I think it's a good change. Like, as I said, it's not gonna feel good for the classes that obviously are getting impacted by this for now, but it's a healthy change for the game, and it's also a long-term healthy change for the classes themselves, because it's gonna allow them to balance the class better around the fact that they don't have these stupid tools anymore, right? So it's gonna basically they're gonna be able to give you more interesting tools. Wouldn't it be nice if Yukiri wasn't so slow? I mean, look, he has to download the patch, you know. This wasn't even an Iron 1. Well, technically. Cleric had a stigma on Classic that allowed it to remove shock out of fear. So there's that. Hunter to Abyss Corridor will open artifact location. Okay, so this is just a string change, basically, to talk about the PD corridor for the faction that's losing, right? Yeah. Okay, so now the AP reset message specifies that it resets every hours. Very nice. Okay, so some string changes for the macros. Okay, so this is the change to survival willpower, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, so this confirms that the CC, like the diminishing return CC, is gonna proc only on impact type, Frost and Fear. So it's not gonna work on stuff like Seal, Root, so on and so forth. It's just gonna be basically on stuff you would be able to define. Yeah, would be the accurate way to look at it. Which is fair, yeah, I think. Although, okay, so it just says increase status effect resist when afflicted with these. So when you're afflicted by something you would be able to define, it increases your resistance against everything. So if you get stunned, it also increases your resistance to like Seal and stuff like that. Okay, so it does work on everything, but it only procs on defianceable stuff. They added the fact that you can remove grab on Defiance. Nice. We have a quick look-see at this real quick. While Yukiri is cooking. You know what? Actually, I have an idea. Chat, this is gonna be your moment. If you have some like a video you would like me to react to, send it in the. You can send it either on the Discord or on the chat, and we'll have a look at it while Yukiri is cooking, and then we're gonna periodically look at the data mine stuff. I think that would be a good idea. A new Cleric skill. Reincarnation Touch. Wow. Really? I mean, it's next to Brilliant Barrier, which is a DP skill. That's kind of funny, actually. So a new Cleric skill that puts a self-res on someone. Although that's a bit weird because you don't select. Any member can resurrect that. Yeah, okay. But you don't choose the target. It's just the lowest HP target. That's odd. I mean, okay. I guess that's decent in PvP and Sanctuary, you know? But that's odd. I don't know. Also, is Cleric the only one getting something like this? Hmm. Also, Chanters are not going to be happy about this. Upcoming Gladiator skill. Does it show duration of the buff? I don't think it says duration. It's only 40 meters of the caster. Yeah. It doesn't say. It doesn't say. A new Gladiator skill. Literally says work in progress. Fractured Rush. Rushes a target within 4 meters and deals damage. Okay, so that's literally just a gap closer. And then Destructive Rush, it's a gap closer that damages people on the way to the gap closer. Okay, that's literally it. I wonder, I wonder what this could say. I mean, this could be tripods as well, to an extent, right? This could be like a spec change to change a specific skill, right? Yeah. Like, yeah, for reference, for anyone who has never looked at build comparison stuff, like basically the stuff that is in red is how it used to be, and the stuff that is in green was added with this patch. That's basically what this is. So, like on the Cleric side, they deleted Brilliant Barrier, which was a buff that prevented the HP from certain party members to fall within a certain amount, and they added the re-res. Maybe Steamers are getting specialties. So these are categorized as new skills, sorry. These are like straight up new skills. So this, this could mean that we are getting more buttons on our bars, dude. Like, and keep in mind, stuff in the client, we already have stuff from the level 50 expansion. So these could potentially be stuff that would only be added when the level 50 capping comes. So take this with a grain of salt, but So this is Ranger. I mean, this sounds like a turret skill, I guess. So when you attack, there's a thing that fires another projectile. Yeah, that's what that. I mean, cover fire sounds kind of weird for that, but yeah. Also, it's a mumble skill. XD. Are you guys able to see these properly, by the way, on stream? Or do you need it to be bigger? But I mean, it could be tripods, right? Like this could also be like specs, obviously, but it's a little small. All right, is that better? I mean, you can't see everything because of the chat now, but can I drag? Yeah, okay, I can. Templar skill. Okay, Templar is a bit of a doozy. Holy brother. I don't pay you to tell me I have bad eyesight. I mean, it's fine. I can read for you. Okay, Guardian's Domain, and then a bunch of work in progress. Increases and okay, increase attack by a percent of your defense. Okay, well that's interesting. Okay, so all of these are the same. So this is a Templar buff that increases your attack by a percent of your defense. Hmm. I mean, depending on the percentage, right? This could be a little bit broken. Just a tiny bit. Now, it does have a duration. And it is a mobile skill. So it's not like it's a toggle or anything, but yeah, that sounds a little spicy. Yukiri is writing. Spoiler, as this is probably a surprise from the dev. Oh. Well. Okay. So we are getting like a 3 months anniversary item, I guess. I mean, I'm guessing, if I had to guess, right, because we're gonna get a bunch of like the Luna stuff, right? I'm guessing this is probably gonna be a part of the daily login thing, or maybe they're just gonna send it by mail, right? Who knows? This could also be probably like a scheduled mail. The 100th day. How long has the game been out for? That do you guys know? Because it's been about 3 months, right? But I don't know exactly how many days. Three months in like a week. Okay, so we have like 2 weeks and a half left until we get that, I guess. Yeah, so the new dungeon name is the Cradle of Nihility, which we already knew from a data mine that we did. We data mined all of the season 2 content, like literally 1 week before season 2. So yeah, again, if you wanna check this out, this is gonna be this is all on the Discord. Yeah, including the music and stuff, right? Jesus Christ, dude, that's loud. But yeah, everything is there for you to see. Calvin needs to stop taking drugs, dude. He's he's high as a kite, brother. Nice. Yeah. Someone sends that to the NCSoft higher ups. Good change. Good change. That's a good one to idle on, to be honest. A good thumbnail, good thumbnail. Okay. These are just the zone names, right? Yeah. I mean, considering... Okay, how long until the maintenance is over? Let me bring up purple. Oh, let me update the game, actually, before I forget. So, the server maintenance is over in, like, what? 2 hours and 40 minutes? Is that right? I might log in to just, like, do the new dungeon or something. Like, maybe try to get a hard mode clear out of the way. Because I think I should be able to do it, like, pretty much immediately. Just get a raw upload of the hard mode on YouTube, and then go take a nap and meet back in 2.5 hours. I don't need a nap. I'm just gonna stare. Dude, maintenance time. I'm just gonna stare at the fucking ceiling for 2 hours, and then as soon as it becomes playable, I'm just gonna log in. I'm gonna clear the shit, upload the hard mode, clear VOD, and then in the upcoming few days make the guide. Right? That's probably gonna be the play here. Now then again, I do have to. Like, I think what I'm gonna do is once we're done with the data mining stuff, like I'm gonna end stream, and then I'm probably gonna compile everything from both the patch note reading and the data mining stuff, and then probably put that on YouTube. The armor and accessory theostones are not available, and see if... Oh yeah, true. So this is something that was available in the client before the game came out. And basically, these are armor and accessory theostones, right? And these are theostones that you put on your armor and accessories, and they proc. They have a chance proc when a target hits you, and when your HP reaches a certain percentage to proc certain effects, right? Like, let's see. So like this one is for... This one like is for the chest piece. Chance to defend against impact type status effect. So yeah. So this is an armor theostone that when you socket it, it has a chance to like prevent a CC activation, for example, right? Or like this one has a % chance to increase evasion when you're getting hit. That's it. I'm putting paralysis on every piece of gear. Yeah. I mean, these are basically like... This is all they are, right? Like, you have stones that just regenerate a certain amount of your health when they proc. You have stones that protect you from certain CCs. And you have stones that proc like certain buffs, like evasion bonus, crit bonus, attack bonus, accuracy bonus, right? But these have been in the client since before the game came out. They have never been used, but they updated the string in the client. So, yeah, who knows? Maybe these will come later, right? Okay, these are just the Bailey crafts, XD. I wonder what that could be actually. Why would they add those strings? They gotta get balance right before they even think about more godstones. I mean, I think this is fine. It's just that because at the end of the day, this barely impacts anything, and this is more like defensive than anything, right? It's just that it's more RNG, you know? So yeah. Like most of these are fine. The ones that have a chance to make you resist the CC, I'm kind of against though. Especially as CCs are becoming less and less oppressive. Like, I don't think we need this. Ah, okay, these are the core items. Okay. Okay, so these are the event items. These are the new core items. So basically, from what we saw on the patch note, when you get dungeon gear that you don't need, you're gonna be able to transmute it into a crafting mat that you can then use to substitute stuff in the Bailey crafts. Now, we don't know exactly to what extent and what exactly that's gonna replace, but yeah, that's basically what it is. Also, as you can see, it's every Bailey craft here. It's not just the low level ones, like Akiran was saying. So yeah, I mean, with everything they're changing with craft, like that, I mean, who knows? Maybe crafted gear is actually going to be quite accessible now. Yeah, I mean, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. Oh, well, I guess that answers that. Huh? Thanks for the follow, Guts. Okay. So, immaterial condense from the pure power of the true Dragon Lord. It can be used to craft true Dragon Lord weapons by following a special recipe. Okay. So basically these are gonna be, you're gonna be able to substitute some stuff from the Bailey crafts to make like different versions of the craft, right? So again, we don't know exactly what it's gonna substitute, but I mean, I have a hunch that maybe you're gonna be able to substitute the Splendent like crafter stuff maybe with this, or maybe it's just gonna be like another Bailey mat substitute. Like who knows? I'm not sure. But it is interesting that if you convert an accessory, you're getting an accessory mat. If you convert a weapon, you're getting a weapon mat. You know what? Actually, this is good. And you know why this is good? Happy affiliate anniversary. Thanks. It's been 7 years. /n means that it's XML for go to next line. So basically like this is line 1 and then this is line 2. That's what this means. But you know, okay, you know why this is good? This is good because it means that you're not gonna just farm the easier dungeon on repeat. Like this means that if you want to farm weapon mats, it's gonna be interesting to farm the weapon dungeon. You know what I mean? You're gonna be target farming dungeons to get core mats to craft specific Bailey gear. This is great. This is great. This means that dungeons are actively going to be a part of your Bailey gear progression instead of just purely being swiping pay to win, walk to the auction house bullshit. This is great. And this also probably means that between that and the extra Bailey mat that you're gonna get from dungeons, even a free-to-play player that doesn't have access to the auction house is probably gonna be able to actually make crafted gear now. But we'll have to see the extent of everything, but that's pretty good. What are the soul views? What does this mean for ult? You need to gear them up. It doesn't really mean anything for ult. It just means that it's gonna be easier to make crafted gear across the board. That's basically all it means. Now, the one thing that we don't quite know yet is that you're gonna be able to get the Bailic mats from the previous dungeon types on the latest dungeon. So like, let's say if you do Fire Temple, you're gonna be able to also get the below mats from Dropner Cave, Crow Cave, Vacron, and Urugugu, but they're gonna be bound. We don't know if those bound versions are tradable in the account warehouse though. If they are tradable on the account warehouse, this means that getting your ults to the latest dungeon is actually going to be quite a big advantage, because the highest tier of dungeon you can farm means the higher amount of Bailic mats you can funnel to your main. So we're going to have to see if that is actually the case or not. But that's interesting. That's pretty interesting. Subsummon when using Vacron armor. Okay, so it's on everything, even Bakarma and Crow Cave. Okay, so So what this means actually, okay, so another thing that I didn't pick up on this, you're gonna get Balic mat for the special Balic craft, depending on the tier of the dungeon you're doing. This is what this means. Ooh, okay. So this definitely means that getting your ults to the latest dungeons definitely will be good. Because even if you can't transfer the mat, at least you're going to be able to just do the craft on your ult. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Also, I guess the Bakarma equipment is going to be called Afflicted Bakarma. There you go. Yeah, interesting. A new string added for shop. So this might mean the addition of like a Legion shop. Yeah. This probably means if you guys played Iron 1, you might remember the Legion shop, right? Where you could buy Legion kisks and Legion uniforms and siege stuff, so on and so forth. So this probably means that we are getting a Legion shop added at some point. Yeah. Once again, take everything from data mining with a grain of salt, because sometimes they add shit in the client that they will never use. Let's go back to the armor Theostones. All right, this has been in the game since the beginning of the game, hasn't been used yet, so take everything with a grain of salt. All right. Yeah, that is interesting. Also, this probably means that even crafted gear itself is gonna be cheaper, because if people start making crafted gear on ults with like the bound mats, just for the sake of selling it, there's gonna be a bigger influx of mats, right? On top of like the lesson requirements and on top of the extra mats that we get. So yeah, no, 100% crafted gear is actually gonna be accessible now. Okay. They're just gonna show enough crafting success rate. I still live in the hope that one day they're gonna rework crafting to remove the fucking failure rates, but baby steps, baby steps. I just today failed an Ebony God. Well, Godspeed, brother. I mean, at the end of the day, if you failed it today, you would have failed it tomorrow, right? It's just that it stings a bit more today because the mats are more expensive. Although, if you listen to me, you don't do any craft unless you have season mats, right? So you know. But I mean, this is honestly a pretty good timing for me because yeah, I'm probably gonna do the demonic mace instead of Ebony because of this. Yikes. The game will now let you know if you suck ass. I think this is for Siege and World Boss, right? If you don't fall within the 10,000, it's just gonna tell you XDD you suck. A Legion shop, huh? I wonder what they would even add to a Legion shop, to be honest. Something that is restricted as well on the amount of per Legion. I mean, that's per Legion makes it sound like a Legion coalition thing. I don't know, it's weird. Soul Fuse. Soul Fuse is the extra soulbind, right? Adds a Soul Fuse slot and automatically binds an effect. Okay, so when you add the extra soulbind, you just get a random step then. Accessibility settings. Nice. Hey, look, guys, the PC UI is coming. Yippee! So this is font size, font color. Oh, colorblind mode. Hey, they're finally adding a colorblind mode. Look at that. You're gonna be able to tell what tether color you have in Ludra now. Yeah, okay, they have a. This is the pretty standard like colorblind setting. Correction intensity. I think this is pretty one-to-one to even like what Final Fantasy 14 has, right? In terms of the colorblind setting, yeah. Yeah, so there's gonna be strings and indicators for like the rewards you get from Siege now. I mean, good. Even though I still think the reward structure should be changed, to be honest. Also, what do you mean draw? Abyss Rift Wall. Wait. Abyss Rift Wall. Hold on. Wait. This isn't Siege stuff. Helios points as modern points. This is the PvPvE mode. Am I smoking crack? Rift Premium Base, Terminal Base, Abandoned Devastated Remnant. Yeah, this is the PvPvE mode. Yeah. So the PvPvE mode, as we saw again, we saw that from the previous week data mining that it was basically gonna be a sort of copy of the lower abyss. Like it's gonna happen in the lower abyss, right? So this pretty much confirms it. And this basically makes it sound like this is Elio versus Asmo, and it's a point-based system like the Iron one, like the Iron one, like Dredgen and stuff, right? Victory, draw, defeat. Next war in X. So it sounds like this next war in X makes it sounds like it's gonna be a timed event. Okay, so I guess this makes it sound like. Why wasn't it mentioned in Passional Dev Stream? I don't know. I mean, usually when they add strings like that, it means that it's close to being in a playable state, and we already got the map information on in the client for like a few weeks now. So honestly, I don't know. Okay, now the one thing I wonder is like, see, Abyss Battlefield next schedule. So this makes it sound like it's actually going to be a timed event, and maybe you're just going to be able to enter. Okay, so either this is going to be a queue system, or this is going to be something that is going to spawn in the Abyss, and then you can just join while it's active, right? Don't worry, we'll talk about it next week. There's no stream next week. So yeah. But yeah, this is the battleground. This is it. So this is a format, like this is a point format then. And also, that string of text at the beginning basically means that you can't AFK. You have to contribute. If you don't contribute, then you don't get shit. Yeah, Siri, okay, look. A base 3 fail entry cannot join because there is no vacancy. So this to me tells me that this is once the event is active, it's not basically, it's not gonna be a battleground that you queue, it's just gonna be a portal that spawns, and then it's gonna be first in, first serve. It's basically gonna be like a rift. Yeah. So this is probably going to be server based then. It's not going to be matchmaking based. It's going to be server based. So like the current server you are matchmake against, that's who you're going to fight instead of the Rift. Now the question is, here's a funny question, right? Is this, okay. No, I don't think it is, right? But is this the PvPvE mode, or is this like how Siege is gonna work now? You know what I mean? Like, is this the scheduled Siege, or is this going to be the PvPvE mode? Don't think you would have a draw in Siege. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, the draw could just be here as a like as a failsafe, right? But I mean, this is very likely just the battlefield, right? But it's just weird because I expected this game mode to be to literally be a battleground, right? That you queue and stuff, but I guess not. Also, what the fuck are the rewards, dude? How the fuck is it that they have this and they talked fucking nothing about it? Even though this might be very important. I mean, okay. You might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure they said this was in a previous stream. They said this would come in the for the 11th. So that would be today, right? It's large scale point based PvP mode that has a cap on players. Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably going to be like capped at like, I mean, how many people would be a reasonable amount actually? Maybe 100 v 100. But the only thing that sucks is that if it's actually server based with a cap, then is it going to create like more copies of an instance? I mean, okay, I guess, okay. I mean, one thing they could do is just you have a maximum amount of rewards you can get from it and it spawns multiple times a day or something like that. So if you miss a rift, you can just take the next rift and still get your rewards, I guess. Because if that's not the case, then you could just get stuck with just missing a rift, right? Ooh. New Abyss layer. This is categorized as a new Abyss layer. Again, grain of salt. Thank you, Wilson. Interesting. So they're already, I mean, who knows, right? This is what it's categorized at. So this could be Upper Rashanta. Those look very cool like to me. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, this could be like Estelia. I don't know. Something like, with so many plants, right? More shit. That's a bit of a clearer picture. Yeah, I mean that's probably the background one, right? Like the first one was the one that you have on the top left, right? And this one is the background one. So this would be the new layer of the Abyss. Damn, they are already adding shit for the new layer of the Abyss. I mean, I guess, yeah. Makes sense. Ooh, okay. This is big information. That is a very, that doesn't look like much, but this could be big information. This is a Steam logo. Like you know how we kept theorizing that, you know, it's probably when the game comes in the West, it's probably only gonna be on like purple and stuff. Well, they just added a Steam logo to the client. So how about them apples, you know? Hello, I'd like to report a future copyright infringement. No, 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 take it off stream, take it off stream. Very interesting. I mean, I think it was kind of expected, right? To be honest, I think it makes sense for them to release the game on Steam, but at least this gives this gives the proof. I mean, it's not definite proof, but it is definitely an indication. Yeah. Like, why the fuck would they be adding this otherwise? Yes, TNL was on Steam, but like the debate was that TNL was handled by Amazon, right? And because TNL was handled by Amazon, we can't we quote unquote can't look at anything they did for TNL because of that. Because Iron 2 is going to be handled like by NC West, right? So yeah. But that's interesting. Back to the upper layer. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be the upper layer, but this is apparently the next layer of the Abyss. Or maybe this is the battlefield. Who knows? But I'm based on like where it's located and stuff. This is probably the next layer. Yeah, these are the skins that we saw during the live stream, right? Oh, this one's pretty good. That's a good skin. Okay, Jesus Christ, dude. Holy. Yeah, there's some unannounced stuff in there, because like this one we saw, but I don't remember seeing this one, and I don't remember seeing this one. But this one is pretty good, honestly. That's a good skin. Alright, upcoming pets. What do we have? Fonts. What the fuck is this, dude? Yeah, just different variation of horses. This is probably replacing the ongoing promotion as usual. And two population we go to hell. You mean like on Taiwan and stuff? Nah. I genuinely whatever population the West has on the Taiwan and Korean servers right now is irrelevant. There's probably more than I expected, to be honest, right? In general, but whenever we leave to go over to global, like it's not gonna leave much of an impact, I don't think. Like this game is hella popular in Korea and China and Taiwan right now. Now, what might kill the Taiwan servers, however, is I believe they're gonna add China-specific servers, and that is gonna be handled by a different company, right? Whereas right now, most of the Chinese players just play on the Taiwan servers with a VPN. So I don't know if people are gonna be willing to do the transition between the two. I think most people are just gonna stay on Taiwan, and the China server is gonna be kind of whatever, but yeah. I mean, either way, that doesn't really concern us, right? That's very much a them problem. I mean, the only thing that makes me doubt about the Battlefield stuff is that the map data we got for the Battlefield was that color. it was lower abyss but blue. So yeah, this icon pretty much tells you this should be just a new layer, which could mean that season 3 already would have a new layer, which you know, for better for worse. Remember something about auctioneers, the 5k stack should be able to buy 100 or whatever? Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that was a function on Iron 1. That was a function on Iron 1, like partial purchase. They should definitely do that. Although I will say, this problem is exacerbated by the fact that bots are mostly the ones selling gathering mats. This is definitely a new layer, given how it's in the files. Yeah. I mean, I would expect it to be as well. Was the keycard for Taiwan? Yes, that's correct, Heiki. It's like all caps. Lucky Iron 2 Taiwan. Do we have anything else left, Yukiri? On the data mining? How are we doing? Alright, that's pretty much it for the data mining then. So I guess we are done, chat. So yeah, thanks for watching today. I probably will compile both the patch note stuff, and the data mining stuff in a video. I will see, and yeah, I'll see if I repeat the experience like every week. I don't know if you guys liked it, but I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing this as a stream format or maybe if I just like only do a video format. I don't know. We'll see. And yeah. Hello there, really into the game. One question about the Abyss. If your faction has nothing in control, can you farm the corridors? Well, with the patch they just added here, if your faction loses all 3 artifacts, you're gonna get 1 pity corridor entrance after this next patch. So yeah. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna be done for today. As usual, make sure to follow the channel both on Twitch and YouTube if you haven't already. Look forward to a potential video that's gonna cover everything we covered today, and I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow for the big patch. Big patch, big day, big stream. You know what's coming. Anyways, thanks for watching. See ya.